came out doing successful. I ain't talking about just doing 1 or 2, 3 years from Zach to Raz to Ty. Goddamn me, and I could go, the list to go on. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And shit, Raz did 17, Zach did 9. They living better than me. They doing excellent. You know, I know plenty more. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, shit, look at Trump. He did 3 years. That motherfucker still doing excellent. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
It don't have nothing to do with jail. You got to do the time. You can't let the time do you. That you fall victim to anything. You can fall victim to the streets. You can fall victim to selling drugs. You can fall victim to jail. It don't matter because, like they say, you can't make it in the same rules. You can't make it nowhere in the world. That's a proven fact.
Right.
So, but these dudes nowadays, and I could just go by what I see here in the world, period. And beating on these women, killing these women, put their partners and shit before these women. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn. When did you know the man that always wanted to hang with dudes all the time? Come on, man. And you claiming you're not gay. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And these women can't even say anything no more. We ain't talking about, these women can't even goddamn me tell a nigga to change his laws without him want to slap her down.
Yeah, you can't tell them nothing. Yeah, but see, it's the enabling situation, and it's how the women get with men that's unprepared too.
Yeah, and a lot of these men are. See, but see, that's that. What's that called? That not that romance. It's another word. It's another thing.
Love bombing.
Yeah, that love bombing and all that. See, they start off good. It's always red flag. But see, it's always red flags for these women, and then they turn these red flags to green before it's time. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, that's just it's just like the common sense will tell you, and this is a pet peeve with women to me. What makes you think that man gonna act right with you? With all the previous women, these women think they can change a man.
Right.
All these previous women that were just they were just with 3 months prior before you, put him out, and then whatever. You think because he with you, he gonna do any better? Get the fuck out of here.
Doing another phone chronicle, y'all. Another phone chronicle.
And I'm speaking on a specific incident that's going on now. The motherfucker don't want to come. Don't want to come cut the grass. He pops up. When he pops up, and you let him in, when he go, he takes items that he didn't bring with him.
Mm-hmm.
Sodas, he 3 sodas right there, a couple bottles of water. Then he got the nerve to take some shit with him that he ain't bought. And he didn't bring in that with him. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, wow.
But this is a grown-ass man. And then he want to be your man. But he can't even come. You know, you a woman, you cut your own and back grass.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then, not only that, then when he do come with a little something, maybe he wants you to cook. He wants you to cook. And then he want to fuck you good. And then he want to play like he your man. Well, that's all game, man. That's all game. Because the bitch cried before you told him, goddamn me, that goddamn me, he was at a club with him and she cussed him out and put him out the crib because he was disrespecting her while she was there at the club. Mm-hmm. What makes he gonna think to do to you? Do you think you all big and stuff like that he ain't gonna cheat on you? Ain't, yeah. Or whatever, I cancel his script. I wouldn't even let that motherfucker lie on my house. Fuck the dick. Fuck the dick. Find you another dick. Shit.
Yeah.
But these women, but see, that comes from not feeling worthy.
Oh, yeah.
They self-worth. You know what I'm saying? Women have a lot of issues themselves, too. Not just the man.
Oh, yeah, they do.
But that's from previous relationships. it's like, damn, when it's gonna come to an end? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's on both ends. You know, you got, and these women, boy, Kayla, boy, she's from Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
Now, she liked the man next door, right? Her and this dude. Okay, so I be trying. And Kayla, oh, let me tell you something. Kayla act like a dumb blonde. You hear me?
Mm-hmm.
She's smart as a whip when it comes to certain shit. As far as like, she do better than me unemployed. That motherfucker do way better than me unemployed. You hear me?
Yeah, because she's always running scams, right?
Well, no, she always getting a guy like her because she's pretty, whatever, and she talks sweet to him. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And she don't be disrespectful and nothing like that. And they start giving her money. She knows she start for some, money or whatever. And she start getting them to her, you know what I'm saying? They start getting to like the big market man next door, the white man next door. And he ain't deal with Kayla none while she was while her mother was there, right?
Uh-huh.
And he couldn't stand Kathy. He told me that personally. He couldn't stand Kathy for real, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. He didn't communicate with her daughter or nothing. But then right when she died, when her mother died or whatever, they kind of start communicating, you know what I'm saying? She still kind of going in there, whatever. So Kayla was telling me stuff that she was like, Mike like EPG and this, that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then they called the first time. So one day I was walking down the street and I looked up at his truck. I said, I thought that's Kayla now, but she had ducked, right?
Mm-hmm.
But she had told me a couple of days later that was her, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she said it might just been like $280 on her at Walgreens. She said, he bought her all type of makeup, the expensive makeup and stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, she don't wear makeup every day. She wear her and there, right? He had got just different little stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and she was like, Walgreens. I'm like, she had considerate, like, why we gotta go here? I'll go to Walmart. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Shit. So now, so the other day, her and the dude in the meat market, their work there, Dwayne got into it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And see, so she telling me, as soon as I walk in the meat market, she tells me what's going on, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she said that they got into it real bad and this. And I was like, today? She said, yeah. And I said, for what? What is y'all getting into it? And she said, because this man came in there and he was flirting with her, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the man when he got to the counter, the man asked Kayla, what was, could he take her out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Kayla said she pointed to the owner, Mike, was right there and said, this is my man right here. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So she said Dwayne, which is a worker, started going up to him, that ain't his motherfucking woman. It's talking about motherfucker don't need, what she say, motherfucker don't need no woman like you,
Mm-hmm.
and she said he just went off, right?
Wow.
And then she said, and the messed up part said brought up the baby, and she said that's where we really started. She said we started screaming, hollering, whatever. And I was like, really, So, and then she was like, and I'm fussing at Mike now because he didn't defend me, right?
Mm-hmm.
She said he told her to be quiet. He told him. So Dwayne, tone it down or whatever. But Kayla was saying that she felt like he should have said more to that.
Oh,
anyway,
wow.
So
thank you for the like, y'all, and enjoying the phone chronicle. This is my sister.
Dwayne said, she told you what happened. So I said, yeah, she told me. I said, that's what she was just telling me. And he told me his perspective, right?
Right.
And he was like, she ain't lying, I did say that. He said, she ain't his motherfucking woman. He say, I can't stand her, BG. And I was like, why? He said, because he said she use a mic. I said, but you know what? That may be true, but that's not your business. He allowed that shit to go on. At the end of the day, regardless if you how many times you tell him, you look at Mike as your friend, right? This is what I'm saying to him, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mike still, you can say it all day long till you blue in the face. He ain't got number one life to live. And as long as he getting pussy or get his dick sucked or he's be able to suck on pussy, that's all he worrying about.
Right.
He know ain't no motherfucker, he know that girl ain't gonna really deal with him for real unless he got something to offer. Regardless of what he said to you, I, and everybody else in that store, he gonna do the opposite. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So sometimes you gotta let bygone be bygone. Don't say nothing to that girl, because just like I told Dwayne, while you thinking that he told me she come down, her, this, that, and I'll say, if you notice when she come down here, she ain't nodding no more, because I told her that ain't appropriate for this business. Take your ass when you get out the clinic. Don't come down here. Go to sleep first, then come down here. And she stopped doing it.
Oh, okay.
So,
That's good.
Yeah, because she'll go to the medical clinic. She was mainly doing it when she was staying with the woman around the corner. She'd go to the clinic, and then instead of going, when she take a methadone, instead of going straight in the house to go to sleep, she, walk around and she'd come down this way to the meat market, right? But now, when they pick up from the clinic, she don't come. She can't. The clinic is still in the county, and she living out in the county. So they drop off at the hotel. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So if she come down this way, she been asleep for about 2 or 3 hours before she come down this way. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So now she slept the shit off, but she stopped doing it. So at the end of the day, that's your friend. You look at it, the old man, that's your friend. But he gonna do whatever he wanna do, cause guess what? That's his motherfucking big money. He been in business 40-some years, and like he tells me and her all the time, he don't have to work. He haven't paid himself in 3 years. He only comes to work because to have something to do. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, he don't have to work.
Well, he could have been retired. He could have been retired.
Yeah, he's 65 years old. He's 65. He ain't got a... And he look at me as a friend. When I was on the floor the first time, he gave me $100.
Oh, that was nice.
Gave me $100 bill. I didn't know it was coming or whatever. And Kayla had gave me $40 off the money he had gave her. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, man, that's one thing I can say about her. When she have, like yesterday, she gave me $5, right? When she have a little money, or wherever, if I ask her for something, she'll give it to me. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
When she had her food stamps, so that's why I don't mind if she, because when I was working at Lloyd Lane, she didn't have no food, but she was still staying next door. I throw some ramen noodles or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
When she was pregnant and stuff, so. But yeah, people these days have people business. That ain't have business. His business. You know what I'm saying? She come down there. She come down there every Thursday. When she come down Thursday, you know what she want? She want him to pay her bill. I said, she come down here every Thursday. He said, yeah. So,
damn.
So what you got?
Like she on a schedule, huh, Tina?
Yeah, she on a schedule. So when she came down this Thursday, I started laughing.
She got
I
it.
said,
Yeah, because he had already said that.
Yeah. And guess what? He didn't come to work Thursday either.
Wow.
And the reason why I thought that he worked is because he knew that she was gonna be there. Ain't that something?
Oh my goodness.
But and when his brother, let me tell you, the owner brother, Bob, and the dude Tony, both told me that. That's the reason why the man didn't come to work. I said, get the fuck out of here. And she was standing right there, trying to get some money out of Mike to pay, trying to get $325 to pay her hotel bill for the month, for the week. Ain't that something?
Yeah,
But guess what?
something.
Guess what he did?
What'd he do?
He gave it to her. She spent the night with him. And then the next morning he went to the bank and took out $500. $325 for the rent of the week. But I did tell her yesterday that's too much. I said, you know what, he is getting tired. He is getting tired. And I said, you need to find you another alternative. Because $325 a week is a lot. That's $1,300.
Right.
A month staying in a hotel. And then you tell me you were 8 in 3 days because the microwave broke. They should have gave you a microwave immediately if you paying $325 a week. You know what I'm saying? I said, you need it. I said, and he is. I said, why don't you move with him? And she said, I said, because I did tell her yesterday, I said, he is getting tired of paying that. And I said, and I know a few people that you could pay $600 for a month. I said, $600 is better than $1,300. And then I said, he'll rather pay that for real, than $600, and then he give you $300 for the rest of the month. You know what I'm saying? So something like that. He paid $1,300 plus still giving you he paid her damn near $2,000 a month.
Oh, that's a lot.
Yeah, because $1,300 plus so he gave him $500 the other day. This Thursday. You get what I'm saying? $325 for and the rest to put in her pocket for that week. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But he coming back next Thursday because they got to be paid again. So he gonna come on. That's $2,000 a month. That is, I'm not gonna hustle. No, he even a little lucky. Cause he said it for me. It ain't be. You don't want me because of my dick. I said, what?
Say that.
What?
You funny.
That's what he said. He said it in front of me. I said, no, she said it. No, she didn't say it because of that. He looked at me and she said, what I tell you, Tina? I said, you said it was because he got to pay. You know, you like him, you like him as a person. I told him, I said, Mike, I told her to go on ahead, she might as well go ahead and move with you. But he also complains about her too, I believe. But all I can say, you know what you got. You a 65-year-old man now. You know what you got yourself into. You know she ain't working, she ain't doing this for herself. I say she ain't did since you've been knowing her. She ain't did nothing for herself since you've been over her. So you know all this. Ain't no need for me to tell you anything.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And see, that's what made them. That's the problem, because he complains. He complains like that. You know what I'm saying? If he complained to me, he complained to them. You know what I'm saying? But she be doing it. And he got a 5-bedroom house in there by himself.
Oh, wow.
In Afton, South County area. He got a 5. She was staying with him for 2 months. But he got a daughter that's 30. She don't stay with him. She married to a Mexican or something, Latino, whatever. and he don't want her staying with him, and the daughter finding out.
Mm-hmm.
But that's another thing. You know what I'm saying? She don't live there.
Right.
The daughter is the same age as Kayla. You own the house. You got 5 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms. Told you, man, he gave both his daughters 10 grand apiece just for nothing. And the one daughter kept on saying, damn, you don't have to do this.
And you don't hear a lot of kids say that now.
Yeah.
Most of them saying, I need 100,000, 10,000 ain't enough.
No, he just automatically did it.
Yeah, I'm just saying the way they treat him when he give is nice. Because parents give now and be treated like crap.
Yeah.
And they'll tell this new generation will tell their parent, 10,000, Dad, that's it?
No, he just did it on him, but he good. Wrote him out of the 10,000. The oldest daughter, she like, how do you say she was? 42 or something?
Mm-hmm.
He said both of them didn't want it. He just did it on the home because he felt like they, I guess deserve it. As he says. I said, you ain't about to kick the bucket, is you, Mike? He told me, no, I just did it. I didn't have it. I said, well, that was very nice of you. He had one daughter, OD, though.
Oh.
Years ago.
What is she OD on?
Heroin,
And this is the giver?
Yeah, that's the man on the meat market.
Yeah. How long was she, was she laced or was she intentionally buying fentanyl?
She was intentionally buying.
Yeah, that's sad.
Yeah.
How old was she when she passed?
You know what? I want to say she was maybe in her mid-30s or something.
Mm-hmm.
Because, Emily, remember when I told you Emily was going with the dude that she put out?
Uh-huh.
Well, he ended up being over her.
Now which one is Emily?
My landlord.
Oh, your landlord, okay.
Okay, she was going with the dude named Jeff. And come to find out, was the one that was going with his daughter when she OD'd. He couldn't stand him either. He hated him.
The meat market man?
Yeah, he hated it. He said, because he said that motherfucker is no good. He said he used to fight my daughter and this, and that. He was on drugs together. He said he stayed with me for years. And him and the daughter stayed with him for years in the basement. And see, I can't stand it. He said he know not to come over here. I said, really? He said, yeah. I played like I didn't know because Jeff had already told me that he used to date his daughter, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he made it seem like, he was a good guy and shit. Shit. When the meat market man seen him one day getting out of a vehicle, he said they got you know him. I said, oh, you talking Jeff? And he said, yeah. He said, I know that piece of shit. I said, damn. He said, what, he got an apartment over there? I said, no, that's Emily's boyfriend. So she better watch out for him because he ain't shit. Yeah, woman beater. Say, look, and then he got telling me the story. I said, really? He said, yeah, he ain't shit.
Yeah, he lived with him, so he know. He, like he said, he stayed in the basement for years.
Yeah. But you know, he made it. He told Emily, you know, he made it to seem like Emily. He never put his hands on him.
Thank you for joining the phone chronicle, y'all. You know, I do the phone chronicles sometimes. Okay, I'll charge mine too.
All right.
Okay, bye-bye. Yeah, so that was my sister, you know, and there's certain things like try not to get mad at people with their perspectives, right? But I'll tell you this little story. There was this therapist that I knew many years ago, right? And it was like it's been like literally 14 years, okay? So she taught me this skill. And you know how like sometimes we as humans can over exaggerate things. But I'm pretty good with not doing that. I try to deal with things on a fact based situation, planning and using logic, right? So my sister and I, that was just on the phone chronicle, we was talking about my son Elijah. So this was the situation. My middle son Elijah, um, years ago, when he was in his later teens, he was like about 17 years old, and he started pretending homeless. I mean, literally pretending homeless, right? So, you know, on here, I talk about the law, okay, and just getting a better understanding. So, and typically, you know, in general, if you live in the United States, states are similar. So, are you legally homeless? Are you legally homeless? Okay. If you are on a lease, whether it be you're under other occupants or your primary applicant or co applicant, you are not legally homeless. So, number two, has that person told you to leave or have they locked you out permanently and not let you back in the house? So, if the answer is no to that, you are not homeless. So, I also did this video within the last, I think it's a week or so. And I talked about this mentor named Clista. And she gave 3 categories of homelessness from her perspective. One, you don't live with family. 2, you are not on a lease or renting. 3, you don't own a home. You know, homelessness is kind of like a slang word. It doesn't literally mean you don't own a home. You know, the term they use, homelessness, meaning you are displaced, you are not stable. So when that mentor told me her perspective of what homelessness is, it's true. Number one, you don't live with family. So the reason she mentioned that is because Clista considered if you are not living with family, they're not blood related, you're more at risk of being put out or removed or not being able to stay there as long. Number 2, Clista mentioned you are not on a lease, you are not renting, or you're on a lease. 3, you don't own a home. So that was her category of homelessness. So providers are not appreciated enough. So when Elijah, this was back in 2022 when he started entering into shelters. He was not homeless. He was still at that time on my lease. He's off my lease now. He's off my lease now. But he was still on my lease and was on my lease for an additional 2 years and approximately 8 months while he went through this playing like he homeless situation. So I was talking to my sister, and she said he was homeless. He's not homeless. My sister said, well, he doesn't want to follow rules, right? My sister said, well, Elijah didn't want to follow rules. That's fine. That means that you have abandoned your place. It was like a couple of weeks at a time where Elijah was on punishment. And I told him he couldn't come back because of some severe criminal things he was doing. And one of those things was robbing people, robbing the cash machine, not too far from the house. So, but after a punishment period, he was allowed to return home. So when he entered into the shelter, and also he was in the system as a runaway. That's another status. When you're a runaway, you're not homeless. You are a runaway. I'm hearing a lot of police and ambulance. It's like 1:24 p.m. Yeah, I'm hearing a lot going on out here. Yeah. So when I was talking to my sister, she said, well, he was homeless. No, he was not homeless. She said, well, he didn't want to follow rules at my place. That don't make you homeless though. You are homeless when you have no, like Krista said, you're not on a lease. And I told my sister, I said, well, how do you think he was getting out of jail? And then Tina mentioned like he got out of jail, just they let him out. I said, no, Elijah was getting out of jail because he was presenting that he was coming back here. They feel like you're at lesser risk of committing another crime if you have a stable residence to return to. So that whole time Elijah was on my lease, he was not legally homeless, and he was still utilizing his right to say he had a home, because legally he can provide proof and paperwork that he's on a lease and he has a place to return to. Now, he's not using that to get out of jail now because he's off my lease and it is in his own place still. However, like I told my sister, he was not homeless. I even called the shelter. I told the shelter, I said, that's kind of fraud. Elijah was the only tenant in that homeless shelter that actually was not technically homeless. You are not homeless when you are on a lease and your mother is asking you to return home. You're not homeless just because you don't want to follow household rules. What you're doing is abandoning your place. And that's one of the things the therapist many years ago, I learned from her. She was a beautiful lady. Her name was Mary. And I used to say, well, I put my daughter out. I put my daughter out. That's what I used to say. And Mary said, no, you placed your daughter. My daughter was a teenager. She was like 14 years old. And I called her father to help me with her. And he flew all the way from Texas and came and got our daughter. So putting someone out, that's not actually what happened. You're placing the person. See, and the reason Mary kind of coached or gave me a different perspective from a therapist perspective is a lot of times if you word things the wrong way, you take a lot of guilt for something that didn't actually really happen. Putting someone out and placing them somewhere is different. Because, see, you can put someone out and not place them. And so if you don't place them someplace else, literally homeless. But if you place them, they are not homeless. Because what did Clista say, that mentor? One, if you live with family, you are not homeless. Okay? So Clista, the mentor, she would consider you're not homeless if you're living with family, whether you're on their lease or not. You could be living with family and not be on the lease, and you could be living with family and not be on their mortgage. And correct people. I stood my ground with my sister. We weren't fighting about it or nothing, but I said he was not homeless because I hadn't put him out. He abandoned his home, and Elijah was still coming back in the house to visit up until the end of November 2023. He was still allowed to be in here. He was still allowed to be in here. He was on the lease. He was still on the lease. Running away, disrespecting family. You could be paying your rent every month and never come to your place where you pay rent because you want to be in Hawaii. You're not homeless. You're still paying that rent. So just making things, and as a provider, I'm never going to call somebody homeless that's on my lease and I'm providing a place. So see, that's where that empathy for the provider is not there. Because Tina kept saying he's homeless because he didn't want to follow rules. That don't make him homeless, though. It's just like did you put someone out or did you place them? So the technical term would be Elijah abandoned his residence. At the time when he was on my lease, Elijah abandoned the house. That don't make you truly homeless, though. Because every time he got out of jail, several times, he went to jail for short stays, approximately 9 times. Now it's 10, I think. 10 times now. So, but you're going to keep going in and out of jail until you start following the rules. But he wasn't homeless. That's why he was able to say, I'll do fine, Your Honor, at the arraignment hearing. One of the things they're actually at the arraignment hearing is, do you have a place to return to? Because the judge wants to know, are you going to the street or are you going back home? Every single time Elijah said he's going back home and gave him my address. That's what he told the judges at those arraignment hearings. He's returning home. He's not homeless when it comes to court. He's not telling them that he's homeless when it comes to court. But he was pretending homeless. He was pretending homeless. He sure was. Don't let people insult you as a provider, because it's a devaluation to who's providing for you too. Like I told my sister, he wasn't homeless. I'm providing a home for my children. I stood on that. And see, that breaks a lot of that family curse, because that's one of the things that my sister and our mother, she didn't provide a home for us. She wasn't telling us, come home. Y'all could come stay with me. Once my sister and I was picked up, from my mother's house and taken to my grandmother's, my mother never asked for us to come back home. She never tried to come pick us up to bring us back to her house. So, but we still wasn't homeless because we were staying with our grandmother. Just because my mother wasn't letting me stay, I'm still not homeless. Because what it clicks to say, number one was, you're not homeless if you're living with family. Now, I'm going to add a different option to homelessness. You can consider yourself in a window of homelessness when the place you live at is inhabitable. So if you live somewhere where there's no electricity, there's no water, there's rats and rodents running around. It's a situation where you cannot survive at the location because one, no water, no electricity, there's no gas. No gas on, no water, no electricity. So that's another window that I'll add to what I would start considering homelessness, right? Especially if you are not able to get the electricity, water, or your gas back on. But if you're able to get your utilities back on, your gas, electricity, or water. I don't have gas here in the state that I'm in. I only have water and electricity. So yeah, if you're in a situation like that long enough, then that's a form of homelessness as well. So I'll just add that one as a number 4 to what Clista said, because Clista said number 1, she was a mentor. She also worked at a shelter, but she was a parental mentor. She used to work with me on the phone a lot regarding Elijah, specifically Elijah. And then later she began helping me with Daniel too. And so Clista said, 1, you're homeless if you don't live with family. So 1, her children are not homeless because they live with Clista. 2, you're not homeless if you're on a lease. 3, you're not homeless if you own a home. 4, you're not homeless. I'm going to add number 4. You're not homeless if you're in a place that has stable electricity, gas, or water. Okay, so I'm adding that one to this. So when you're having conversations with people, it's okay to correct facts, right? So like my sister, she said, well, he was homeless because he doesn't want to follow the rules. He's not homeless, he's on the lease. And also at that time, Elijah was 17 and was listed as a runaway. I forgot to mention that to my sister. But she knows at that point he was a runaway. A runaway is also not homeless. When someone is listed as a runaway, they're in the policing system for not returning home. They're a runaway. They're a runaway teenager. They are choosing not to return home. So that's not a homeless person as well. So just when you're having conversations, politely correct things. It will better your relationships and people will respect you more. You just got to make sure you're not hostile, screaming. And I finalized it, as me and my sister had the debate. I said, I'm providing a home. When I'm providing a home for you or someone that's on my lease, one of my children, that person is not homeless, especially when I'm actively telling them to come home. Now, Elijah didn't follow that rule. So 10 times he's gone to jail. The longest amount of time he was there was about a month and a half. So 10 times. This is the consequence of not returning home. One of the reasons I wanted him to return home is because he's not mature and ready to be out there. You got to learn to follow rules at your mother's house first. It's better to do it that way. Learn to follow rules here, because when you get out there and you break the rules, now you incarcerated 10 times. My middle son is going back and forth into the jails like these are motel stays or hotel stays. Usually he's there a weekend, but one time I think he was there a couple of weeks. And that time he asked me to bail him out. I said, no, I'm not bailing you out. Stop breaking rules. And then he's been in there 10 times. Not complying with court orders and stuff like that. But it just needed to be clarification. When you're talking to people, they don't remember every detail of your situation. So my little sister was like, well, he was put out. No, he wasn't put out. But see, this is the story. Elijah has said to my sister that he was homeless too. So she's used to kind of hearing the lie. Now, if he loses his apartment, then he's homeless. He can't come back here now. So then now he would be officially homeless because he's off my lease. Elijah's off my lease, and I'm not going to let him return here. But during the window of time that my sister and I were talking about, which is prior to 2024, so between 2022 to the end of 2023, Elijah was not homeless. So we would say and then like I said, even when he went in the shelter, yeah, he was in the shelter. That was middle of 2023 or something. Like I said, I talked to the shelter about it. I said, he's on a lease. They ended up banning Elijah from the shelter for some years. He can't return there. He's banned from that shelter. Leaving home too fast backfires. I suggest adapting and learning skills. The same skills you learn at home. When you got to hang around the house a little longer to learn skills. Elijah missed out on a lot. When he started running away at 17, my middle son, he missed out on a lot because right around that time, that's when we're really gonna job search and stuff like that. Like he missed out on skills. He's missed out on skills that because Isaiah has stayed home longer, Isaiah has attained certain skills that would allow Isaiah to go out in the world and be able to do certain things. One of those things would be being employed, right? So sometimes people need more coaching with being employed. So like there's certain things like Elijah's struggling to find a job now because since he left, he has some criminal convictions that are holding Elijah back. And this is why during that window of time when he was pretending homeless, I didn't want Elijah out there. I don't want you out there. It's not because I can't live without you. I could live without you. But I didn't want him out there because he's not going to be able to live out there because I knew he didn't have the skill set yet. Some people have a little developmental delay, so they need to attain the skill set. And they need to be patient to attain that skill set. And like Kaylin said today when she called me to report what was going on with Elijah, She mentioned that he missed the probation officer appointment. He missed the PO appointment. He also is on his phone and on TikTok. So she didn't sound happy about that. But Kaylin got with Elijah and he's not ready for a serious relationship. She doesn't even feel like she needs to remind him about the appointment with the PO, but she's in Elijah's apartment. At the end of the day, when Kaylin called me, all she wants is Elijah's house keys. The basis of their relationship, and that's why I don't help Kaylin a lot, right? For one, I've done videos and I've expressed that I feel like she's a narcissistic sociopath, right? And I don't help Kaylin a lot because at the end of the day, it was always about Elijah's place. Their relationship exists because Elijah is a supply source and has that apartment. Because, see, when they met at the shelter, when Kaylin and Elijah met at the shelter, Kaylin was really homeless, not Elijah. So I said I corrected it with my sister. If I'm providing a place for you and I got you on my lease, you are not homeless, especially if I'm asking you to return. And that was the situation that was going on with Elijah. Don't let people insult you as a provider. There's credibility with provider, being a provider. I talked about this on another video with Miss Jackie. She say, your name means something. Your name means something. So when I'm speaking to someone and they're saying that my child was homeless, when my child was actually a runaway due to peer pressure, this is not a runaway because they're an abuse victim. This is a runaway because they're under peer pressure and want to get high. That was Elijah's situation. Okay, so when I got my teenage son that's 17 on my lease and I'm providing, and he's in the policing system as a runaway is not homeless. They're in there as a runaway because someone has reported them as a runaway that wants them to return home. Yeah. And you know what? I want to educate. That's not on hood. Yeah, because it makes you think about what was he really? Because I even kind of worded it wrong. He was a runaway. So I'm gonna do that. Oh, Leonard Wilson, my voice. Hold on, I got this tea here. Hold on. Oh yeah, Leonard Wilson. How are you, dear heart? Thank you so much for the Cash App. I love you for that. I'm very grateful. Yeah, I was talking about homelessness, right? and correcting information. So I'm gonna tell you what I said. Hold on. Hold on. I'm sending this text. During that period of time, Elijah was actually a runaway in the policing system. Hold on. I'm gonna read this text. Okay. Yeah, I was talking to my sister, right? So I was doing this phone chronicle, Leonard Wilson. You know how I do the phone chronicles, right? Oh, Natalie, beautiful Saturday. So I'm glad y'all came in. So yes, I am excellent. Thank you, Natalie Dearheart. Thank you, moderator. Thank you, Leonard Wilson. We missed you. Thank you for coming in. Please click a like, y'all. So this is the thing. I'll kind of go over what I was talking about. So I was talking to my sister, right? And remember on one live, I talked about the mentor Clista, where she gave her description of what a homeless person is. So Clista, she was a mentor and she did phone mentoring with me about Elijah and Daniel. But initially it was about Elijah. So Clista said, the mentor, she said that you're homeless, you don't live with family, number one. Two, you're not on a lease. Three, you don't own a home. So I loved her description of homelessness. I agreed with it and I felt like it's true. So Elijah is back in jail. This will be the 10th time that the middle son. Yeah, exactly. You sure did, Natalie, because you typed it out in the chat that day. Remember? And you saved that in your phone. Yeah, it's good I didn't know you saved it in your phone. It's good you saved it in your phone, but I remember that live, you moderated on that live and you typed it out in the chat for people. I remember that day. So my sister and I, my sister's complicated, but and it's okay to correct things without being hostile. So I let her know that Elijah's back in jail. Breaking the no contact order. It sounds like from what Kaylin said that the neighbors have reported that they're arguing in there. Okay. But Kaylin says they ain't argued in 5 days. But the report could have came through 5 days ago and the police is just now getting to it. We have a very small police department out here. It's under 200 officers. So they could have been busy with a lot of other calls. The report just said that Kaylin and Elijah were arguing. The report didn't say that anyone was being beat up or assaulted. Okay. So it's not as urgent to come there. And maybe the police did show up, the other days, but nobody answered the door. Yeah. So thank you for saving that in the phone, Natalie. So I'm going to add more to that. So as I'm talking to my sister, I let her know that Elijah's locked up, right? So we started talking about, Kaylin and Elijah with the, homeless situation and how he met her at the shelter. So my sister said Elijah was homeless. I went through it with Elijah. Okay. It's a devaluation of what the provider's doing for you, right? And it's also living like in a delusion. So, and you shouldn't allow people to do that. It actually encourages schizophrenia. The more you are not fact based, it's encouraging a form of schizophrenia. It really is. It's and fantasy. It's too much fantasy. Yeah, okay. So Natalie, oh my goodness. Oh, Natalie says, let me see, that's deep. Wait a minute. Leonard Wilson, I hope you stayed in here. So Natalie said, that isn't something nice to say as you are his mother. Okay, so what's not nice? Type out type out the part that's not nice. And who is being not nice? My sister or Elijah? I just want to clarify before I speak on that, Natalie. Yeah, okay. So my sister, so what did I say? Okay, so my sister saying that he was homeless when he was on my lease. What makes it not nice for her to say that? Is it because it's a lie? Because it is. What I called it was definitely a devaluation. See, she has mother wounds. Our mother did not provide a home for us our whole life. Once we were picked up and given permanently to our grandmother at different times. Because remember, my sister and I are 5 years apart. I'm the oldest, right? Not the oldest of my mother's children, but I am older than my sister. Yeah, he was a runaway. He's a runaway. Yep, thank you. So that, right. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's what it is. Respectfully. Yeah, it is disrespectful. And Natalie, thank you for sharing that because it gets me what you just did. Let me tell you what you just did. You just fixed my brain. You typing that. Let me see. I'm gonna screenshot this because I'm gonna do the same thing you did with putting it in your phone. So I'm gonna put this in my device because it straightens my brain out. I needed this. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. And it's a continuation of something. Let me tell you something. When my cousin came here 2 years ago, she noticed that everybody here on the West Coast, we carry our backpack and we always have an extra bag, even if it's a duffel bag. My cousin that came here, she has the big rolling luggage stuff, right? So she's like OG, old school. But I'm an athletic girl. I throw the backpack on my bag. I carry my shit, right? So there was this situation with my cousin Jackie where kind of like a rumor was spread. So this was back, 2024 is when she came, right? So, because we went to the Malcolm X opera, right, Natalie and everyone? So, Daniel, my cousin Jackie, that's the Virgo. So, Jackie, Daniel, and I, we all did the state. And remember, I told you I knew how cousin Jackie, she was not going to behave properly at my house. I knew her issues. I ultimately found out she has a little drinking issue too. She don't hold her liquor well. So it's kind of a good thing we did the staycation. And she wanted to be in motels. Cousin Jackie travels a lot. She goes from state to state traveling, even with her work. She's a businesswoman, right? And so I just gave her what she wanted. And I don't like people to come visit my home to just spectate. They're just coming to the house to see where I live. That's not a good reason to visit me, right? So, like I was talking about my home organizer, she just comes by. She's like becoming like a friend that comes over, right? She's not coming by to spectate. And she's a home organizer. You would think if anybody was spectating, it would be a home organizer, right? And she came into my life helping me with my garage project. Okay. And getting clutter out of there and organizing. I just, it's fun. I like the service. And she's really, I would call her more of an interior decorator, but she doesn't have the degree in that. So a lot of decorators, they'll just say they're home art, just a global window. It attracts more customers. She can attract anybody saying she's a home organizer. She can attract a customer that wants decorating ideas. She can attract a hoarder, a severe hoarder. She can attract someone that just wants a little bit of company. She can attract someone that may need to use her vehicle because she has the big Volvo. Someone that needs to use the vehicle to take things to a storage or to their new residence. Um, she can attract people that want to get one of those pods and they just want to help organizing their pod. You know, people, when they do their renovations and remodel their places, they rent that big pod and they just drop the big pod off right in front of their driveway and they move all their stuff in the house in that big old pod. It's like a pod storage. And then they just sit it right in the driveway. Then when the remodeling is over with, they just take all the stuff out the pod and bring it back in the house and you rent those. It's like it's like renting a storage unit that comes to your location. So it takes out the part where you gotta put your stuff in a truck and take it to the storage. I just learned about these pods. They're called storage pods. You can look them up. So this under home organizer window, you can attract a vast majority of customers. So yeah, so Elijah just got arrested again. So I was talking to my sister about it, and we was talking about Kaylin. See, Elijah is just supply to her. She's a narcissistic sociopath. And at the end of the day, when she called me to say Elijah was arrested, at the end of the day, she wanted the house keys. She behaved like she was concerned about Elijah. And then she was like, I wonder, did he take the keys with him? So she wants me to help her get those keys back, maybe. Her ultimate concern is Elijah's apartment keys. The basis of Elijah and Kaylin's relationship is his apartment. See, because they met in the shelter, because she lives there. She lives in his apartment. So she wants the keys to be able to leave and come back. See, when they met at that shelter, Elijah was still a runaway. She was really homeless because remember, Kaylin's mother passed away when she was 11. And her family and her are in a no contact. So who was really homeless was Kaylin, Elijah's narcissistic sociopathic girlfriend. Elijah was pretending homeless, right? So Natalie says, let me read these comments. Okay, now Leonard Wilson, thank you so much. Leonard Wilson says, I pray one day we are able to talk more. I pray for that too, Leonard. Thank you. And then Natalie says, beautiful Saturday with the pretty red bow and the emoji with the pretty eye hearts. Natalie says, hope you're well today. Yes, I'm getting better. The voice, I'm still dealing with that. Natalie says, yes, I remember that and I saved it in my phone. And that was the Clista's version of the three things that she declared as homeless, which made me look at homelessness different, right? And remember, Clista worked in a shelter and she was a parental mentor. Okay. So she had numerous roles. She should know what homelessness is. She works in the shelter. Okay. And she was displaced herself. Hold on one second, y'all. This is going to be not a phone chronicle.
This is a message from Federal Way Public Schools. Hello, Federal Way Public Schools families. Annual verification is now open. Please complete this required process in Parent View before the first day of school on Wednesday, September 2nd. If you need help, contact your child's school or visit www.fwps.org/enrollment. Thank you. This message will now repeat. To end this call, please hang up. Hello, Federal Way Public Schools families. Annual verification is now open. Please complete this required process in Parent View before the first day of school on Wednesday, September 2nd. If you need help, contact your child's school or visit www.fwps.org/enrollment. Thank you.
Yeah, so thanks for letting me answer that. So yeah, that's the school information. So so let me read the comments going back. And y'all allowing me to do that helps me be able to function on my lives, right? So because I implement the phone with the lives, I don't have to deny everybody a live. It's like I can multitask, right? And my viewers allow me to do it. So it's nice of y'all. And I've implemented that as part of my phone chronicles. So see, because I do phone chronicles, y'all can't really say it's rude because I answer the phone. And it makes it where I don't have to get off the live. So Nally says, hope you are well today. Nally says, yes, I remember I saved it in my phone. And that was Clista's view of homelessness. Nally said, that isn't something nice to say as you are his mother, what your sister said about him being homeless. It's one of the things she does. And I've worked on her with this. See, my sister has been inflicted with my grandmother's demon, right? And one of the things my grandmother was famous for was not stating the fact. My grandmother, to this day, we go through this with Brenda and Rita, with my sister. My grandmother started a rumor that Rita was not my great uncle Bill's daughter. Right? And the only person that's saying this stuff is my grandmother. Rita is my great uncle Bill's daughter. She is. We don't need blood work or nothing. Brenda and Rita are full-blooded sisters. Rita looks like she reminds you, especially when Rita was younger, she reminds you of Minnie, which is my grandmother. The thing is, see, Brenda was chubby, and my great uncle Bill was chubby. Okay, so because it made Brenda look more like Bill because she got extra weight on her. So her face is going to be a little fuller. They weren't morbidly obese, chubby. It's a difference. So Rita was normal body size. Okay. And so just like my great auntie Minnie, she was normal body size. So see, in my family, you got different weights. You got the chubby, you got the normal petite. So you got different weights, even though they're siblings. So my grandmother would say things, remember, my grandmother was a narcissistic sociopath. So when she's coming to a conclusion, there's no empathy there. So believe it or not, in order to come to a correct conclusion, empathy can help. Because what's going to happen, if you have a little bit of empathy for everybody, you're going to bring in more facts for the whole team, right? So, and I'm just discovering this on this live. Empathy, if you're not too emotional. See, you can't be using too much emotional thinking. You just got to have some balance, like a normal, right? So I work with my sister. My sister is the one that went around saying that my mother had assaulted me and pushed me when I was 15, when I had just had my daughter, because I didn't let my mother hold my daughter. None of that was true. So I told my sister, I said, you know what, Tina, I don't mind you telling the story about our mother pushing me and assaulting me. I ended up in the hospital, y'all. It was pretty bad. And my mother should not have pushed me. She had no right to do it. It was unnecessary. And I wasn't disrespecting the lady. Okay. So my mother had no right to do it. And so her being my mother doesn't give her the right to come in my grandmother's house and assault me for no reason in front of Amanda. Amanda was just there to help me with my baby. That's it. It was just a really horrible situation. So when the assault goes so far that your child needs to go to, that's pretty bad. And you are a bad mother, especially when it's not self-defense. Remember, we was talking about the situation with Daniel. He didn't need a hospital stay. But if I take that hammer and I hit my son so hard that I broke his hand, that is unnecessary force. And it would have been extreme for the situation. You can tap somebody and break up a fight. Now it's a certain point where you may need to break a hand. Okay, if I needed to break a hand to stop Daniel from seriously harming Isaiah, then that's different. But I've never hit any of my children to where they need to go to the hospital. It's just incorrect parenting, and you are obviously a narcissistic sociopath to do that, which is what my mother was. Remember, that is the conclusion. To heal and for me to move on, that answers my questions. Why was my mother this way? Why was my grandmother this way? Why were they doing these very bad things, but still functioning and having supply, having husbands, having businesses? Because they're narcissistic sociopaths. See, a sociopath, just a regular sociopath, they're just a sociopath. They may not need much supply. Some sociopaths are just move out in the woods and just be to themselves. But if they need supply, they're now a narcissistic sociopath. And I came up with the term from H.G. Tudor because he uses the term narcissistic psychopath. So I said, that answers my question. Because he said a psychopath, he said a regular psychopath can just be on their own, but a narcissistic psychopath needs supply. So I said, that's what they were. They were narcissistic sociopaths. So that terminology H.G. Tudor used gave me a description to explain what my mother and grandmother were. And I truly feel like that's what they were. I'm glad that I kept the boundaries that I did. So what I did with my sister, because Natalie, this is pretty deep what Natalie's putting. So Natalie says, she said, beautiful Saturday. Hope you are well today. I hope you are well too, Natalie, my moderator, the channel moderator. You're not my moderator. You're the channel's moderator. So Natalie says, okay, Natalie says that isn't something nice to say as you are his mother, what your sister said. But see, my sister has sociopathic traits, so there's no empathy. And remember, I'm thinking about this more and more. I think she has a mother wound. So she has a mother wound because our mother was not providing a home. See, I'm doing what our mother didn't do. What's BRB, Natalie? And Natalie says, respectfully. Natalie says, I love these comments, Natalie. Thank you. Natalie says, yeah, you are his mother. He has a place that he ran away from. Yep, and he was a runaway. So what I did, I sent her a text because she said he was homeless, and I said he abandoned his place, right? But actually, what I text my sister and I said Elijah was a runaway. You said Elijah was homeless. I said Elijah was not homeless because he was on my lease and I was asking Elijah to come home. So I said during that period, Elijah was actually a runaway in the policing system. A runaway has a home that a parent wants the runaway to return to. So that's what I text her. And she's not going to reply to this. But what I'm doing with my sister is because I know why she's that way. Because I know why my sister's that way. And I actually have compassion for what has happened to her. It's a form of being brainwashed. See, I escaped my grandmother. My sister didn't escape. My sister escapes her through death when she dies. But that's not the best escape. Because what happened is it left my sister under her toxicity too long. Okay. It's toxic to be around a grandmother that is constantly not telling the truth. And they're not telling stories correctly. Have a grandmother that does not promote doing that. What happens is she has everybody thinking bad about one another. And it's okay if the grandmother is protecting people. Like, for example, when Elijah threatened to throw Daniel off his balcony. Elijah, he did this last year. Elijah said, "Oh, I'll just throw him off my balcony." Now, because what Elijah said was true, I told Daniel, well, he's saying he's going to throw you off his balcony. I suggest, and I'm telling you to stay out of Elijah's apartment. Because it's true, and my goal is to protect both my boys, it's okay. Now, the problem would come in is if what I said is a lie. So see, if it's a lie and it's not true, my grandmother is creating separation and animosity. It's not coming from a protective base. So I can say my sister has improved some because I confronted the issue. What I do, you know how I do these narcissists and text messaging, Natalie? You know how I do these narcissists and text messaging? What I do with my sister is I break down each situation on a case-by-case basis. Okay, so like today, we were talking about the homelessness. Now, remember my cousin Jackie asked Daniel, were we homeless? When Daniel went out to the vehicle with her rental vehicle, to help her take stuff out there, because Daniel was helping our cousin out. I didn't confront my cousin Jackie about it. But see, my cousin Jackie's narcissistic. She doesn't think, well, she's not homeless. She just doesn't want me at her place. See, narcissistic people don't think like that. At the motel, when me and Jackie were at the motel, I was talking to Isaiah on the phone. Isaiah refused to come meet her. He said, I'm tired. I just got off work. I'm at home. So Daniel and I went to the motel with cousin Jackie. And then Isaiah stayed at our house, which is this place right here. So my sister says when that happened, because I told my sister, I said, well, she's saying we're homeless and we're not homeless. And then my sister said, well, she didn't come to your place. That doesn't mean I'm homeless. Cousin Jackie not coming to this residence doesn't mean I'm homeless. So it's all of what my sister still believes. So Natalie, where'd you go? Natalie had to do something. She'll be right back because I see no one's here. So my moderator has something to do, y'all. She'll be right back. So I would agree with Natalie comments that it isn't something nice to say. Also, on one of the phone chronicles yesterday, my sister hung up on me too. She could have just said, I'm on the bus, I'll call you back. In one episode, she did do that, but when she got on the bus, she just hung up. I didn't say anything about it. I let it go. It's rude, it's just rudeness. So what I did, I said that Elijah abandoned his home. So I said Elijah was a runaway. You said Elijah was homeless. One, you said Elijah was homeless, is what I texted my sister. Two, I said Elijah was homeless because I said Elijah was not homeless because he was on my lease and I was asking Elijah to come home. During that period, Elijah was actually a runaway in the policing system. A runaway has a home that a parent wants the runaway to return to. So neither one is correct. My sister said he's homeless. I said that Elijah abandoned his home. The truth of the matter is, like Natalie said, he was a runaway. He was a legal runaway too. Remember, I always point out the importance of the law. See, someone can call a child a runaway. When someone does that, if someone ever calls their child a runaway, ask them, is the child in the policing system? And this is why a lot of people will call their child a runaway, but not understand that they need to formally report them as a runaway. A lot of people don't know that. That's how people get in trouble too. Also, some parents get accused of doing something to the child, and they're questioned heavily if something happens when the child runs away because they're not a legal runaway. Elijah and Daniel both were legal runaways, which means they're both in the policing system. The police wants to take them in custody and bring them back home. Okay, so Natalie is correct on that. So I'm really getting into how Natalie says it's not nice to do that. So, okay, Natalie, why do you think my sister was not being nice in that area? Because Natalie says that isn't something nice to say as you are his mother. So it's because my role as his mother should be considered good in that way because I'm providing for him and I wanted Elijah home at that time. Is that what you're saying? Because these comments are very intriguing to me because it's bringing me into thought process like it's something more. Yeah, okay. So so let me ask you this. I wish I would have had that recorded too. That would have been a good recording, but it happened just the way I'm saying it. So why do you think she's saying that? Because she called him homeless because he's not following the rules. So she said, well, he didn't want to follow the rules at the house. I said, but that don't make him homeless. I said, that makes him abandon his place. Then my sister mentioned, well, you wasn't letting them come back. I said, no, he was being told to come back. See, the period where Elijah couldn't come home, I put him on like a punishment. So when I had first found out when he first robbed a white man, he committed a robbery of a white man with a BB gun in broad daylight in front of some of the neighbors. Okay. So when that happened, I banned him from the house for like 2 weeks. He was on a punishment. So I will punish the kids. Okay. So what he did, Elijah slept up at the schoolyard in the grass with the other runaways. Remember, there was other runaways. It was a whole group of runaways that was together. Shady, Jacob, Elijah, Daniel, and other children. It was a group of runaways that was sleeping up in the schoolyard, which is not too far from my house. They were literally right up the street. So you on punishment, you done pulled a BB gun on a white man, robbed somebody, you're tampering with the cash machine, you're on punishment, boy. And then at that time, Elijah went at my back door and kicked the door because he was mad because he couldn't come in the house. And I called the police on him. I sure did. I told the police he kicked my back door. It didn't break, but he jumped in the air and kicked the back door. And that was back in 2022. Okay, when that happened. So 2000, I think about August 2022, right around there. I think it might have been August 15th, 2022, right around there. It was somewhere around there. Because I reported Elijah as a runaway July 4th, 2022. So by August, he was on like a little punishment, right? So let me ask you this now, Lee. So why do you think my sister is saying that? She said she just likes to call us homeless, even though we're not homeless, like with my cousin Jackie. Oh, okay. So Natalie says, my moderator Natalie says that it's almost as if she is stating you are a mother, a mother that is too strict and should allow for there to be no structure. Yeah, and she won't understand structure. This is where it hurt her life. Let me tell you how they were living before my grandmother died. So when my grandmother died, my sister had just turned 20. Okay. Remember Glenn Lee, my grandmother's adopted son? He was Irish and Italian. So we have a white brother that's adopted. Because remember, that's how my grandmother inherited her restaurant, from Glenn Lee's Italian and Irish parents. Okay. So I don't know if you remember that history, Natalie. Hold on just one second. So let me tell you how bad this is. I'm going to tell you the whole story. So my grandmother changed. So remember, she loses her restaurant after being in business 40 years. She did the best she could. She's a long-time business owner. So that meant my entire life, I was raised in that restaurant. Now, for the last 3 months I was there, the restaurant was closed. And remember, I talked about how it was on the Narcissus Hours. So when my grandmother moved in the hood on Whittier, her and my sister had their own apartment, which my auntie Bertia owned that apartment building on Whittier. So at that time, Glenn Lee ended up renting an apartment in the building too. But auntie Bertia eventually had to stop renting to Glenn Lee, which is my grandmother's legally adopted son. He was Irish and Italian. So he's not Black. Okay. So eventually Glenn Lee had to go. Auntie Bertia let Glenn Lee stay there. I think it was rent free from what my sister said. So, and I visited that apartment. Remember, even though I moved out of town, I did visit my grandmother. Every 2 years, I went back to St. Louis and visited her. No visit was ever good with her. I had no good relationship with that lady. She was, she didn't know how to have a conversation with me. She couldn't connect with me. She has very little emotional empathy for me. Emotional empathy can't just be one-sided. I had it for her. That's why I never killed my grandmother or beat the shit out this lady. This is a lady that smothered me. I could have at any time got a knife and stabbed her in her neck, but I'm not cut like that. I escaped the lady, got out of there. However, my little sister should have been placed in another place. So, where my compassion for my sister comes at is my sister has been brainwashed and victimized. So, but I want to say this, my sister will provide you a lot of facts, but her facts are normally more pro predator. So, okay, I'm going to give you an example. If my sister says Glenn Lee was shooting heroin in his toe in my grandmother's bathroom, that is completely a fact. And what my sister says is verifiable. So my sister has provided a lot of facts to me, and I have provided a lot of facts to my sister. But the problem that comes in is the assassination of my character. So when these facts seem to get off track is when it's coming to more situations that's localized to my new life that's not connected to our old life. Okay. So my sister, like with Rita and Brenda, my grandmother's nieces. I think I talked about that before. My grandmother told me that Rita was not Bill's daughter, my great uncle. So as a teenager, my grandmother pitted me against Rita. Because see, my grandmother's telling me, I already don't have my mother in my life for real, right? But you telling me Brenda's blood related, Rita's not. They're both blood related. Brenda and Rita are full-blooded freaking sisters. Bill never said, my great uncle Bill never said that Rita was not his. Nobody, I went all the way to Alabama on the phone. I talked to cousin Charlotte and other family members, and there's no statement that anybody's ever said in Alabama that said Rita is not Bill's. Rita is Uncle Bill's child because of the simple fact he created those children. They're full-blooded sisters, and Bill claims those children, and Rita looks like my grandmother's sisters. It is obvious she is Bill's child, especially since Rita has gotten older. So I suspect that my grandmother told the lie because, for one, Brenda's chubbier. So that, and Bill's chubby. See, my grandmother, she had a bunch of miscarriages from what she said, but my grandmother only had one biological child, which is my mother. So my grandmother doesn't have enough kids. So people will do this. Like, say, I know people where they all, hold on, y'all. I know people that all got the same mother and father, and one will be really dark skinned, one will be light. But they both, you can tell that both of those parents are they children. My elderly narcissistic friend I was talking about that knew me since I was a teen, her children are like that. One is really dark skinned now, really pretty, and then she got one that's like caramel complected. That's a true caramel complexion. But one is like really pretty dark brown, like dark chocolate, right? But they both have the same mother and father. For sure, they have the same mother and father. But if my grandmother would have met them, she would have probably said they not full-blooded just because of their complexions. So what I suspect is that when my grandmother said that about Rita not being my great uncle Bill's daughter, my grandmother's basing it on something that's more irrational. And so my sister and I talked about that. Because I investigated it. I went all the way back to the family in Alabama. And I asked cousin Charlotte, I said, did my great uncle Bill ever say that Rita was not his? My cousin Charlotte said no. So the only person that ever said that Rita was not my great uncle Bill's daughter is my grandmother. So see, it's not fact-based. For it to be true, Bill got to say it. So what my sister said one day on the phone, my sister said, Bill probably told her that. But I told my sister, I said, I've confirmed that with the Alabama family. If my great uncle Bill told my grandmother that, he definitely would have told the Alabama people because they were more closer to him. And my great uncle Bill lived on the family land in Alabama. Okay, so no one ever said it. So like I told my sister, it's not true. The lady lied, Tina. Rita is Bill's daughter. Especially now, when you see Brenda and Rita, now they look more like true twins. And they should, because they have the same mother and father. It's just like Elijah and Daniel. As Daniel gets older, I was looking at some more videos of him. He looks a little cleaner, y'all. I'm kind of happy. I was looking at some videos of Daniel, and he's starting to look like Elijah's twin. Elijah and Daniel have the same mother and father. So it can happen. You know, they start looking like identical. Okay? Because kids change. They start looking more like me or their father or whatever. I could see both of me and Kenneth and Elijah and Daniel. I can, especially as they get older. But I told my sister when it comes to my grandmother's nieces, which is my great uncle Bill, which would be my grandmother's brother. My great uncle Bill is my grandmother's brother, full-blooded brother. My grandmother and all her siblings, they have the same mother and father as well. Okay. So my sister, to be quite frank, it is getting a little better because every time she does it, I do correct it. How would she feel if she was providing a home for her child and they ran away and someone called her child homeless? How would she feel? Natalie, can you answer that? Because I want to know the answer. How would she feel if the shoe was on the other foot? If she was providing a home, this is the same residence that I was in when Elijah was put in the policing system as a runaway. And I told her a story I learned from a therapist, Mary, over a decade and a half ago, right? When Mary told me, because I had, and I was calm. What I do like about the communication with my sister is we don't yell. We don't yell. But Elijah did it with me too. Let me tell you what Elijah did. And this was since he's been in his apartment. He calls himself homeless. See, my sister and Elijah built a relationship since Elijah's been in his apartment. So my sister, Elijah tells her, Elijah told me he was homeless. Imagine the child doing it too. So Elijah told me he was homeless, and I told Elijah, I said, you were not homeless. You were a runaway. I was telling you to come home. He eventually stopped saying it. I said, you committed fraud at that shelter. Because for one, you're telling the shelter you're homeless. That means you're not on a lease. The shelter's asking you, are you legally homeless? You said, yeah. It's a question on there like that, y'all. Are you legally homeless? The answer should have been no. I told my sister, I said, how do you think he gets out of jail? This is his 10th time in jail. For the first 6 times he went, how do you think he got out of jail? So my sister names different reasons you could get out of jail. I said, no, they let him out of jail here at his arraignment after a weekend stay in jail 6 times because he reports that he has a place to go back to. See, here, when you go to your arraignment, they want to know where you're going if I let you out today. So if you tell the judge at your arraignment hearing that you're homeless, they can keep you because of that, because you're considered a high risk to let out of jail. So what Elijah would say, this was the first 6 times he went to jail when he was still on my lease. Elijah would tell the judge at the arraignment hearing, this is my address. I live with my mother. Now, technically, he was not here most of the time, but I reported to my sister that's how he got out of jail for 6 times. So he's not homeless. He was not homeless at that time. Because we're talking about during that time. Now, if he lost his apartment, because I'm not letting him come back, he would be homeless for real. But during the prior years, prior to 2024, because he moved in his own place in 2024, Elijah was not homeless. I debunk it with facts. So what I do with my sister, I deal with facts. You cannot debunk when someone says they're on a lease and you've asked them to come back. She doesn't argue with those facts. It would make her insane to argue with the facts. So what I can say is she doesn't have an insane conversation. But I did text her. She won't reply. But what I do with my sister, I sent her this text. So I said, Elijah was a runaway. You said Elijah was homeless. I said Elijah was not homeless because he was on my lease and I was asking Elijah to come home. During that period, Elijah was actually a runaway in the policing system. A runaway has a home that a parent wants the runaway to return to. And the police were actively telling Elijah to go home, because the police didn't want him in the situation he's in now, going to jail 10 times. And remember, I actively asked the kids to come back home, not because I can't live without them. I ask them to come back home because I know what they're gonna go through, because I can tell when the child doesn't have the skill set. So see, like Elijah right now, he's struggling with job search. His record, he has a conviction on him now. See, some people are not mature enough. Okay, so Isaiah, my oldest son, Isaiah still is at home. Y'all know that. My oldest son is still here. Isaiah has a stable job and no criminal convictions. He would be similar to Elijah and Daniel if he moved out so quick. So say Isaiah said, okay, Mom, I'm going to move. Isaiah has established stable skills that would allow him to potentially make it and function if he moved out, because Isaiah knows how to keep a job a long time. When Elijah left at 17, 3 months before 18, Elijah doesn't establish the skill. So see, I'm not asking my children to stay home so they be mama's boys their whole life. I'm asking them to stay home a little longer so they get the skill so that when they leave, they can stay gone. Like I did. When I left at 17, I never went back. I never went back home. I never moved with any family in St. Louis, Missouri. I moved out of town 3 months before my birthday. I was 17. I was 3 months before 18. But see, I had a skill set. Okay. And I was raised in the era with no cell phones, too. These kids have less skills. Like Kaylin told me today, Elijah sit up on the phone and on TikTok. But see, when I talked to her and Elijah a week ago, Kaylin and Elijah on a video chat, I told Elijah he needs to get a job. And Kaylin said he was playing a video game. I said he don't need to be playing on no video game. He needs a job. So Natalie, Natalie, I want to ask you this. You said, I'm going through these comments one by one. What did BRB means, Natalie? BRB. What does that mean? Oh, so let me explain to you how my sister's situation was. Because remember, she gets to live in my grandmother's restaurant. Be right back. Okay, thank you for teaching me that. Thank you, Natalie, for teaching me that. So when my grandmother moved on Whittier, so let me explain to you the situation, because my sister got to experience a different kind of grandmother. So when we were in the restaurant, living in the residential part of the restaurant, there was no drugs and alcohol allowed. But when they moved on Whittier, it came back to me that my grandmother started selling a little drugs, right? There was a lot of hardcore addicts on Whittier. So my grandmother didn't have a restaurant no more. And so my grandmother, from what I was told, was it my sister? I was told from a credible source that my grandmother was soliciting drugs for a short period on Whittier. Anything for money, right? This is greedy people. So when I heard about it, I called my grandmother. I was living up here. I confronted my grandmother about it. My grandmother admitted to me over the phone that yes, she is dealing a little drugs. But my grandmother told me this: Irene, you don't pay bills. I said, I get that. I know I don't pay your bills. But, and I'm getting ready to get back to the comments too, because I'm going through them one by one. So I told my grandmother, I know I don't pay your bills, but it is still, you was a restaurant owner. No matter what kind of money you may think you may need, being a senior citizen now, it is shameful for you to be selling drugs on Whittier. And I told my grandmother it was embarrassing me. And it's despicable and it's not right. I told my grandmother, you're not like my mother. You're not a real religious woman. But at the same time, this rumor is going around and it's making our family look real bad. We the family that's known to be raised by a legal, law-abiding lady that was a restaurant owner. And I don't like that I'm hearing and you're admitting that now you sell dope on Whittier and you like 70 years old. I mean, my goodness. And this is how I talk to my grandmother, because for one, I'm over the phone. She can't assault me. So my grandmother stopped doing it after that phone call. She stopped doing it. But then at some point, my sister becomes a drug dealer, financial crimes. But of course, my sister's now a drug dealer because grandma's selling drugs. I mean, this is how low my grandmother stooped, right? So I talked to my grandmother about it. So my grandmother stopped doing it, but my sister had it on and off. My sister is just learned behavior. She was just learning from people that was in that neighborhood. Whittier was a bad place to be raising a child. And my grandmother and my sister, they didn't want to be here with me. They're sort of like Elijah. They wouldn't have followed my rules. For one, my sister smokes cigarettes. She can't smoke cigarettes around me. And I don't allow that stuff. So they ended up moving on Cabiny once they left Whittier in St. Louis, Missouri. And at that residence, that was the residence that my sister reported to me just recently. My sister reminded me about when Glenn Lee was in the bathroom shooting heroin in his toe. I'm not sure if my grandmother didn't allow that or did allow that. I mean, I don't know if my grandmother, I think Glenn Lee did it, her adopted son that was Irish and Italian. I think he did it. I don't think he had her permission, my grandmother's permission. So my grandmother, from what Tina was saying, she allowed them to have a beer there. They could keep beer there and they could smoke cigarettes. But my grandmother, I guess, was not okay with Glenn Lee shooting up heroin in his toe in her restroom on Cabiny. But this is what Glenn Lee did. So see, my grandmother managed her restaurant well, but she didn't manage her household well. So it's just all out of control. My little sister selling dope, Glenn Lee on dope. All of their ass would have had to go. See, you see what I went through with Daniel around May 17th with the vape. See, I nipped that in the bud right away. I came down my steps. That stuff was in the air, made me sick. What that vape Daniel was charging in my house. I said, man, you can't charge your dope up here. And see, I surveillance and supervise my house more and more. And I have a rule. See, it's hard to shoot up heroin in your toe here because I might be walking around in the hallway on your ass to come out the bathroom. See, once I realize that you across my boundary and smoke and charge your dope up in my house, I'm watching your ass. And then another thing I'm least likely to do lately is leave people in my residence alone. I don't give them keys and you don't stay here alone. Even Isaiah is not here for long periods of time. Now, he's the only one that I have built enough trust in where he can stay here alone. But Isaiah has had to earn that as well. Okay. Isaiah's issue, my oldest son, is if you're going to be here, these are the chores you need to do. Simple, sweep. Can you sweep? You need to make sure the front door is locked. You need to know what lights to have on and what lights to have off. Stuff like that. So let me read these comments. Okay, so now I know what BRB means. Be right back. Okay, so let me go through the comments. Natalie, that was really sweet of you. The insight you gave me with the sister situation. There was a lot of insight there. It gave me a lot to think about. And it validated that it's just not in my head. But my sister got mother issues. See, I think in her mind, she's triggered by what our mother did to us. So maybe she always felt homeless because she wasn't staying with our mother. That may be how she feels subconsciously, and that could be affecting her too. But I respectfully, hold on, I'm checking these comments. Oh, I'm going through all the comments. Okay, so let me go back up. Okay, so Natalie talked about the keys. Yeah, Kaylin is obsessed with Elijah's keys because she's a narcissistic sociopath. That's pretty much what she wanted from Elijah anyway. And she just wants that apartment. She got a job now and she wants that apartment. So Natalie says, be right back. Yeah, because it was a period where I was wondering where Natalie went. So that explains that. So, oh, Natalie says, no, I remember you have rules. Natalie earlier said that isn't something nice to say as you are his mother. Yeah, I think when Natalie says it's almost as if she is stating you are a mother that is too strict and should allow for there to be no structure. Well, what my sister, the vibe she gives off, she never wants to tell me I'm a good manager, right? So what my sister will notice is that my rules are also morally correct. And she will never say, my sister is incapable of saying, that's good, you got those morals, sis. My sister's never gonna give me credit for being moral. My sister knows. My sister used to manage sobriety houses. So she does know that it is best not to allow people to smoke and use drugs in your place. She knows that. But hold on, let me check the comments. But she doesn't want to give me credit. That's the problem with her. It's like I consider it almost like a jealousy. Yeah, kind of like a jealous spirit. She never will say, dang, you doing better than she's not a supportive sister. So she's never gonna say, man, well, at least you provided them a home, at least you doing what our mama didn't do. Because our mama didn't do that. So that's good you providing them a home. She also is incapable of apologizing. Because for me, if I kept saying somebody's child is homeless and the parent is saying no, they were not homeless. I brought up the runaway thing in the text, but I just kept saying he abandoned his home, which is what a runaway's doing. It's the same thing. A runaway is leaving without permission and abandoning their home. But every time she said the part that was not true, I just consistently corrected it. And over time, she begins to tell more of the truth. So what my sister does more, she brings up facts from the past of things she's seen and also things that are verifiable. I remember when Glenn Lee shot that heroin in his toe at my grandmother's house on Cabot. So some of the things my sister says, it's information that's also important for my healing. And what my sister does a little bit more, sometimes she'll ask certain questions that kind of will give me a chance to answer, right? Because I clearly told her a couple years ago, look, I don't mind you telling the story. Like even when my mom assaulted me, I just don't like that you're not telling the correct story. I did not deny my mother of holding my child when my mother assaulted me. I had no chance to do anything. I didn't even know the woman was coming. My mother just showed up like a big black, big old, obese, black, rude, mean woman with a wig on. She just charged on through the slide door. Me and Amanda didn't even know my mother was coming. And Amanda never came back to visit me. And I didn't want her to. I didn't want Amanda to come back to visit hell. I was 15 when that happened. So no, Amanda, don't come back because I got to figure out how to get the fuck up out this situation myself. And so within 2 years, I was out of there. More like almost 3, because like I said, I was 3 months before I turned 18. So I escaped my grandmother at 17. Now, Elijah wasn't escaping anything. You know, no police has ever said that I was abusing Elijah or Daniel. In the policing world, Daniel and Elijah are not considered abuse victims. You know, you'll see a lot of stuff online about runaways. Some runaways are being abused and their parents are on substances, but that wasn't the situation. Mine were running away due to peer pressure and they wanted to be on drugs, and they ran away to hang around kids that were less supervised, like what Daniel is doing right now. He likes being over there at Jaleesa house a lot with Jashawn. Ooh, but James ain't around. Jashawn brother James. I'm gonna do a video about that. I figured some of this out. So while Daniel's going over there so he can have the freedom to smoke, the biological brother James, which is Jaleesa's other son, James, he's escaping to be around children that are not on drugs. Because when I see James out, James ain't never around there. So maybe when they was little boys and I said, your mother bad too, because the weed is coming from your mother's house. So James kind of reminds me of me. He's escaping the bad environment, while my son Daniel wants to be in the bad environment. Because when I see James out, he be out with like girls and none of them high on drugs. I'm glad James leaves that damn house. Daniel went into a weed head house and James is escaping it. And James is on the lease over there at his mother's house. So let me get into these comments. Okay, hold on. One of the things my sister can never say is I'm doing the wrong thing. You know what I mean? She can't say that. I told my sister today, I said, even if I said, okay, you could smoke a joint here, just say I gave in. I would never do that because I know what that would lead to. Never do that. And my sister will say, she said this on the call before, it wasn't recorded, but she said this. My sister said, weed is a gateway drug, which it is. It's normally the first startup drug that most addicts will say they started on, cigarettes or weed. They normally was on cigarettes and weed before they ever was on heroin or crack or cocaine or meth, or whatever other drug is out there now. Yeah, Natalie says, I'm sure she would feel hurt by that. Yeah, she wouldn't want the way my sister's talking to me, and it's not a way to treat a provider. Providers really get talked to bad. And I was clear with her. I told my sister, I said, no, I was providing a home. He was on my lease. I always bring up the legality. That part that he's on the paperwork, that is the legal part that shuts down her whole homelessness thing. A person ain't homeless when they on a lease. She cannot debunk that fact. Elijah was not homeless. Now, if he was on my lease and I was telling him he can't return, then he's homeless. But I was telling him, and the police was advising him to come home. Despite what people think about white racism, these white police officers actually did not want to be the ones having to arrest Daniel and Elijah. These white men wanted the best for my sons. That's why they never shoot my children, too. Yeah, that's why they never shoot my children. So, that's a distraction call, y'all. All calls I don't put on my phone chronicles because of various reasons. Certain people that I know that would have access to my channel. And so that person I'm not going to put on my phone chronicle. But the thing, that caller, we on the narcissist hours, right? So married people, y'all, when you are dealing with married friends of yours, it can be very complicated, right? And the thing with these situations is you've known the person before they got married, okay? And you still support them. But right now, this is the thing. It's 3:05 p.m. Oh, my little sister did a check mark. See, she's improving. Yeah, she did a check mark. It's working, y'all, and it's in our best interest. It's not in our best interest to carry on our grandmother's legacy, and we become the type of people that compulsively lie on people. It's just not a good character. It also won't get us anywhere in the business world. These type of mistruths and lies and exaggerations are not beneficial to us. So my sister, let me tell you something. She's improving. Okay. It's almost like a form of therapy. See, when I know why you are messed up, see, what my grandmother did to her is a form of smothering her too. She just doesn't put the pillow over her head. But to teach her to be dishonest and to lie and to not check out the facts, being like that, my sister could never own a restaurant. That holds her back in the business world too. But my sister, this is why she checked it off too. She did the thumbs up on my text, right? Let me tell you why she did the thumbs up. Because I admitted that we kind of both were miswording it. I said, let me tell you. And I'm a star her comment because I know how to do a star. Now I got the old Android. So I said, I said Elijah. Hold on. Yeah, so this is what I said. I said Elijah was a runaway in the text. I said, number one, you said Elijah was homeless. Two, I said Elijah was not homeless because he was on my lease and I was asking Elijah to come home. During that period, Elijah was actually a runaway in the policing system. A runaway has a home that a parent wants the runaway to return to. Facts. She did a thumbs up. That's great improvement. You know, this trait that I'm merging my sister into, being more honest, will bless her life. Hold on. Hello? Oh yeah, what time you off? I thought you said 3.
I said 8.
Oh, because I wanted to go get a little mini fridge. So hold on. So y'all, hold on 1 second because I'm getting ready to cash app Isaiah. Yeah, because we need a mini fridge because that thing is not working. Get a mini fridge. Get a mini fridge. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Yeah, mini break, y'all. Mini break. Hold on. So hold on, Zay. I'll check there, but Walmart got better deals. Theirs is cheaper. Did it for half off at Walmart.
Okay. Don't tell about it. Well,
hold on. I want to make sure the Uber app is working, Zay. You hear me? I want to make sure the Uber app works just in case I need the passcode. So I'm going into there now to make sure. Yeah, so it's not asking for the passcode.
it's not. It's already downloaded.
Yeah, but it does it periodically. It'll ask for the passcode sometimes. It just does it like once a month. So I just want to make sure because I may catch the Uber to Walmart. Did you get your cash app, Isaiah?
Yeah, baby.
Okay, I love you so much, Isaiah. So you say you get off at 8?
Yeah.
Okay, are you gonna come straight home?
Yes.
Okay, because if you come straight home, I know Walmart's open till 11. Maybe you could roll through there with me.
What?
Maybe you can go with me.
No, I won't.
But we need a fridge, man.
Until I do it now.
Huh? Yeah, but I might need help, right? So I may need you to go. I may not, but you need to learn how to buy a fridge. That's a skill you need to learn. Yeah, you need to learn that skill. Okay, love you. Yeah, so the refrigerator, this is turning into like a slumlord situation for real, y'all. Like it's a long story on this refrigerator, but the refrigerator they brought me, I'm not able to put it in the compartment section where the refrigerator goes. It's too tall. Then they wanted to take the cabinets up higher. The cabinets are perfectly aligned in the kitchen. And this is stuff I'm working with this home organizer on. So I want a college fridge. I don't really even need a big fridge anymore, for real. I just want to downsize. There's only 2 of us here most of the time anyway, because Daniel's out there. It's just, we're just constantly downsizing. Elijah, this place, there was 4 people here every day. Elijah moved out. Daniel ain't home enough. The only two people that's using the place fully is me and Isaiah. And we really don't need no big old fridge. We don't. And so I'm kind of glad it's broke down because the refrigerator is in an awkward spot because they brought a refrigerator that's the wrong size anyway. So I'm happy the damn thing broke. And I'm gonna put in a maintenance request and just get it out of here. And then I'm gonna just what I originally wanted anyway was a college fridge. And so yeah, that's what I originally wanted. Anyway, um yeah, it's funny because the home organizer, she looked at the fridge. Like I said, it's in an awkward spot, but I was fine with it because I ultimately was going to put that fridge in the garage. So my home organizer, she's kind of like real clairvoyant a little too, right? And she looked at the fridge. She said, "Is the fridge working?" And it broke last night. I thought the light bulb just went out. Yeah. So the Natalie said, "Always going on." I like it. Yeah, I'm telling you, when you hear on this channel, you don't need a for real TV. A TV will be too fake for you now. You'll be like, "What the fuck? I'm bored." Right? So yeah, so it broke, but it's messed up because Isaiah, I just went to the grocery store last night and bought my fresh produce. Because I go to the store every 2 to 3 days because I like fresh produce. So my freaking ice cream has melted. Um, I didn't know the fridge was gonna shut out last night. I thought the bulb, I was in there. You know, sometimes the light bulb go out in there, right? But this fridge don't have the regular old school light bulb. I don't even know where to find the light bulb. But the stuff is obviously it ain't working. Because Isaiah, before Isaiah went to work, he said the fridge is broke. So I'm gonna just have maintenance come get it. And my original plan was for me to get the college fridge because the where the refrigerator would normally go by the stove to the right of the stove, this big ass refrigerator can't fit in there. So I got it all ghetto awkward, right? Guess where my refrigerator is at, y'all? This big old refrigerator they brought that don't fit in the refrigerator compartment next to the stove. It's in front of my family. It's in my family room. How ghetto to have a big ass refrigerator in the family room. I know my home organizer gonna be glad to see that motherfucker gone. But that's what happened. But like I said, I was gonna transition. I said, well, fine, I'll keep the big fridge since I want a college fridge anyway, because I want to put my air fryer. Yeah, they left it like that. Yeah, sure did. And I told them just leave it there because I didn't want the maintenance man tampering with my cabinets. He wanted to take all the cabinets and line it up so the cabinets like sitting where the ceiling at. That's some tacky ass shit. When you have cabinets in the kitchen, there should be space above the cabinet, like at least 1 foot of space. So I don't like that tacky ass looking shit, right? I mean, so I told him no. And then I knew he wasn't gonna paint. So see, when the cabinets are aligned there, it's gonna show the print of where the old cabinet was sitting at. He was getting ready to just fuck it all up, right? And I said, no, I like my cabinets where they're at. I do not want my cabinets sitting with the ceiling. What kind of bullshit is that? And then bring me an appropriate size refrigerator. So I went ahead and let the maintenance man leave it because I had decided to put the refrigerator in the garage. Okay, but I didn't do it yet. I'm glad it broke down. I just want it out. I want it out. Just get this damn shit out of here. And so yeah, it broke down last night. Yeah, so I'm getting ready to read the comments too. So And like I told Isaiah, he needs to learn that skill. A man should know how to pick a refrigerator out. See, I don't enable these kids to be unfit in society. If I know how to go pick a fridge, Isaiah should learn how to do it. But he kind of knows how. He went with me to Fred Meyer when we was picking the one that day. But the thing with Walmart, if you want a college fridge, and then I could go get my air fryer out of the storage. It's gonna be so cute in that area. Like I said, I'm glad it broke down. And guess what? It's the Lord, because it broke down and it's sitting right by the fucking door. When you come in the door and you go in that little hallway, you go in the family area. So it's right by the damn door. I didn't let the fridge go far. It's not too far from the front door. So the maintenance can just come on in and take it. Get this out of here. Because it's like a big piece of junk just sitting in an awkward spot. But I knew it was temporary, right? It never was. So it's been going on like a couple of months. Yeah, and the home organizer and we're not really focused on that. The thing we were focused on, a home organizer is really nice because you get down to the nitty gritty. Sometimes it ain't about what stuff look like. Does the refrigerator work? Does it work? That's what matters. Don't necessarily matter where it's sitting at per se, especially when you know it's not going to be there permanently. But I'm going to text my home organizer and I'm going to say, when you asked me about the refrigerator, it broke down. And I'm going to do laugh out loud. Hold on, y'all, 1 second. I'm going to do minute. Yeah. Oh, and I'm going to be talking about this call that I got and more. I'm going to be, I use the term the narcissist hours, right? And I'm going to be talking about married friends. And I'm talking about when you're friends with them and their wife, or the wife and the husband. So, break time, y'all. Break time. Break time. Oh wow, it went to another song. The freaking heck! So I'm glad I'm not a food girl. Um, and like I said, if I would have known it was gonna break down, I wouldn't have bought all that ice cream, right? So that's the thing I'm pissed off about. I bought the orange cream ice creams. So that's melted and destroyed. I might turn it into a shake. I can make it like a shake. I brought my vegetables. The thing is, when my refrigerator break down, it's not much there, right? I'm not a I don't hoard food. So the thing with married friends, right? I talk about the narcissist out terminology that I use, right? And when people are very specific in calling you kind of like at certain times, right? And during the day, well, this is Saturday, so never mind. I mean, I won't say anything about it because it is a Saturday call. But the thing is, I'm on a live. But I kind of know when a person is not going to be supportive. And I mean, this individual, as far as I know, doesn't know about my channel, right? So yeah, I'm kind of like in my mind making it like it's Friday, but it is Saturday. So I'm just going to shut it down because the person did call me on a Saturday. So what I was going to say, I can't say, but I'm going to call back because this is a person. Not all people will I do a phone chronicle on. Some of these people that's not on my phone chronicle, if you watch my videos, they're actually on my real videos or on they're in my video streams. They're just not on a phone chronicle. So look for people that participate in my videos, whether it be I'm at an event or something like that. So thank you so much, Natalie. So let me get caught up on these comments here. Hold on, because I got to check on my Leonard here. So let's see. Leonard Wilson. Okay, so see what it is too, Natalie, because my sister, she has kind of cognitive dissonance, right? Because she went from the restaurant to the neighborhoods. See, I didn't go into the second half of the abuse. Remember, I escaped my grandmother. Escaping is not a runaway as well. I was never a runaway in the policing system. I escaped. Because remember, I was under the narcissist hours. So my sister was too. When I leave, she's under the narcissist hours. And that's where all the gaslighting and all that toxic stuff. My grandmother had very little to offer my sister except a home. See, when you're under the narcissist hours, they're providing a residence. Like, you think my grandmother asked me to come back? Like with my kids when they run away. And my children, they don't say I'm abusing them. Elijah made a clear statement that he couldn't put up with being abused. So none of my kids are saying, oh, I ran away because you're an abuser. It's not like that. So it just wasn't no love with my grandmother. Like, And so my sister was subjected to the narcissist hours because what my grandmother did provide was a residence, even when even when her restaurant closed. My grandmother provided a restaurant, but she's not providing much safety. She's not monitoring her environment. She's just enabling everybody to go down. Glenn Lee went in there and shot heroin up in his toe. That motherfucker wasn't put out for that. Glenn Lee and my sister were both living with my grandmother when she passed. And it's normal for my sister to be there. My sister had just turned 20. Just turned 20 years old when my grandmother passed. But Glenn Lee motherfucking 40 years old. In my grandmother's bathroom shooting up heroin. Shooting it up in his toe, y'all. He died of an overdose. He died of a heroin overdose. He died how he wanted to live and die. He won't stop. Glenn Lee wouldn't get off drugs. So that's how he want to live. Oh, Natalie says, unless she hides how she feels, sometimes living with narcs, one can learn to hide their true feelings. Yeah, Natalie, talking about my sister. So what do you think some of her true feelings could be that she could be hiding regarding how she was talking about Elijah was homeless and stuff like that? If you can answer that question, Natalie, if you're still here. Oh, Leonard Wilson says, I'm in and out. Chat, I'm back in the hospital. You know what? I had a feeling too, because when Leonard Wilson was missing some of the lives. I felt like I said, well, maybe he's in the hospital. So I'm glad that you're there so they can get it corrected. So I don't want you in the hospital, Leonard Wilson, but I want you to be there so they can correct it. So Leonard Wilson says, what day do you miss, Natalie? Hope all is well. Natalie says, be right back. Leonard Wilson says, amen, sis. Natalie says, Leonard, are you okay? Oh, Natalie, that's so sweet. Leonard Wilson says, my cancer have come back full blown. That's how the cancer is. That's very realistic. But then it'll go away full blown too. So hopefully it just gets better. Natalie says, Leonard, I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry. Leonard Wilson says, please don't be sorry for me because I don't feel sorry for myself. So Leonard Wilson being a strong man about this. Leonard Wilson says, Miss Natalie, when she comes back online, looking at my comments, let her know I'll be back as soon as I can. Okay, look forward to you coming back, Leonard Wilson. Natalie says, I understand. I do hope you have family and friends checking on you and shining love your way. Oh, Natalie, Leonard had mentioned as well that his friends and family, he was in the hospital for 2 months and they just abandoned him and left him there. He had mentioned that on one of the other lives. He might have a better support now, but Leonard had mentioned how all them narcissists already did him. Yeah, so that comment you left, Natalie, just made me think about when I first met Leonard on the lives, Leonard Wilson. He was saying how he learned how people are when he was in that hospital for 2 months with the cancer, same condition, and they didn't even come check on him. Oh, people do you wicked when you sick, honey. Oh, that's their time to shine. Shining in a bad way, of course. It's not a good shine. So now he says, I thought about that too. I feel as if she may see herself in her nephew. Yeah, Natalie, that's true. Like, kind of like mixing in her life and how our mother treated us versus me. Not that will be a little narcissism too. That compartmentalizing. See, they put us all in a group, and it's not the appropriate group to be in. It's not the appropriate compartment. It's the picture they paint too. People paint the picture they would prefer you have. Right? So I think my sister's catching herself more because remember, let me add this with the cousin Jackie situation. When I told my sister, she said I was homeless. My sister said, well, Jackie didn't come to your place. I said, that doesn't mean I'm homeless. So what my sister did with my cousin Jackie, she's willing to listen more to what Jackie says about my life than what I say about my life. So in some kind of way, my sister, I think what it is too, that I figured out over the last few months through talking to her about these issues, is my sister doesn't acknowledge my adulthood. Maybe because my sister kind of always sees me kind of like as a kid. Because my grandmother painted that picture that I'm so incompetent, right? She's crazy. She's moved out of town. Only to find out that my sister told me just recently that my grandmother said to her that she probably would have left too. My grandmother said that. Before she died, while I was still out of town, before her life ended, my grandmother said, if I was Irene, I probably would have left too. My grandmother devalued me leaving and treated me like I was some kind of drug addict predator. And I was none of that. But my grandmother never told me that, yeah, Irene, if I was you, I would have left too. But she told my sister. That's what them narcissistic sociopaths do too. They won't admit it to you that you're doing right. But they'll tell somebody else. They don't want to show face and say it to you. So, oh, my little Wilson, our baby is sicky sick. And you know what juvenile courts told me? A PO said this way back in 2022. She said, my rules are not strict. She said, my rules are what they should be. And they the same rules she got in her house. No drugs, no gang bandanas, no weapons. When you live with me, I mean, you pretty much do what you want to do. I'm real laid back to live with because I'm not a stalker type. I give you attention. You're not on the narcissist hours. It's a fair balance. That's why, Coffee Black, she says she's a normal. And I believe Coffee Black's a normal too. But, Coffee Black, her mom's a Scorpio. You can come out to be a normal if you have a parent that's a Scorpio, that's involved in your life. If a Scorpio parent is interested in that child's life, the child will reap some good from that. And what I do with my sister, she did the thumbs up. Okay, we've straightened it out. He was a runaway. Now, what I am strict on with my sister, and this is where I stand my ground. Now, if she says Elijah was homeless again, if something comes up again in a conversation and my sister says that Elijah was homeless, I'll say, don't say that no more. That is a lie. That is not true. My son was not homeless. And once again, I was providing a place. My sister does it with my asthma. But that's a legacy that my grandmother did too. When I was a little girl, Dr. Nash say she got asthma. My grandmother say she got a cold. Then as an adult, I get diagnosed again with asthma. All these doctors not just saying I got asthma because they don't know what the hell they talking about. The doctors in St. Louis say I got asthma. I was having asthma attacks when I was in the hospital when my eardrum was busted from the freak accident on Linton when I went down the steps, when I was spinning around, ballerina dancing, y'all. So always changing the facts. Now I had to tell my sister. She called me and I cough. I'm sick. Respiratory problems. My sister say, you got a cold. She did that a few times, maybe 4 or 5 times, 3 to 4 times. After the 4th or 5th time, I said, stop saying that. I already told you I don't have a cold. I have asthma. Don't say it no more, Tina. And she tried to slip it in one day, talking about colds and other stuff. But it's just my grandmother. It's the changing of the facts. H.G. Tudor calls it a revision of history. Okay, so if doctors are saying I have asthma, I'm having asthma attacks, and the narcissistic sociopath, or anyone for that matter, is saying it's a cold, it's revision of history. I learned that term from H.G. Tudor. The narcissist is doing a revision of history. Also, when they cut out part of the story, they don't tell you the beginning, middle, and end. They cut off a part of the story to make it look another way. So that's revision of history too. That thumbs up, my sister's improving. She's doing some financial things in life too, like when you become a fact-based person, your life will improve in the business world too, because you're developing a healthy skill that will make you notice more detail too. My sister has sat around a lady that, see, my grandmother, I didn't give her much ammunition. If my grandmother had a YouTube channel and she told the truth, it ain't much she could say about me. I wasn't on drugs. I took care of my child. But she's assassinated my character to several people. My grandmother did. It's gossip and assassination of character when what they're saying is not the whole story and it's not true. Like my grandmother told Jermaine I was selfish. I left because I'm unselfish, because I wanted to take care of my daughter. See, my grandmother probably wanted me to be like my mama, so she can say, your mama snag a tooth, she don't take care of her kids. You know, talk about us like the Color Purple movie. Your mama ugly. She don't take care of her kid. She snag a tooth. She wear a wig. She dark skinned. She get her ass beat by her man. She ain't got her ears pierced like us. Your mama got black spots on her leg because she got bad eczema and skin. Your mama don't come visit you. Yeah, see, that's the story, my grandmother. The difference between me and my grandmother is when I'm venting about my boys, I don't want that to be the story. I wish I could come on here and tell you everything was perfect, but I don't want to present a fake life. I don't want the freaking facade. My son a drug addict, he a drug addict. If he a runaway, he a runaway. I don't want the facade. Why you want to subscribe to a facade person that's not giving a full spectrum of their life? Be careful listening to people when they don't tell you nothing personal about their life. Like that damn Fates and Gates dude, right? He don't tell you nothing personal about his damn life. So don't. He don't tell you nothing, honey. Be careful with them kind of people. I mean, some ruffles, y'all. But let me finish reading the comments. Yeah, HG Tutor. And I always, if I can remember the person's name, I can tell you. I like to tell where I got it from because you can go to his channel and learn more. That's why I call this Advanced Insight channel, Revision of History. So it's revision of history. So add the of. So an example would be some of the stories I tell you. So when my mother assaulted me, see, revision of history is not just a lie. It's rearranging things to mislead a person or people to come to a certain conclusion. And sometimes the conclusion is you deserved it. Now, when I went to the hospital, when my mother did that to me, it was this white man. He was one of the doctors. It took everything in his soul for him not to cry real hard, right? Man, that white man, he had so much empathy. See, I was raised I was raised by baby boomers. So they are abusers. So they don't know the whole story. So when they hear the word mother, they just go crazy with the word. So with the situation with my mother when she assaulted me at 15, my daughter was only 10 days old. Like I said, I didn't know my mother was coming. It should have been a supervised visit. Now, my auntie Bertia, by the time I had my third daughter, when I was approximately 24 years old, when I visited my mother's home, that was when my grandmother died, my auntie Bertia came and supervised the visit. Because you ain't doing nothing to me when auntie Bertia sitting there. It just ain't happening. She might fucking kill you. You are not getting ready to sit up and beat on me in front of her. If she don't do something to you and beat you, you go in the damn jail. So if my mother, and them narcissistic sociopaths, they know who to do that shit in front of too. When I was at my mother's house, when I had my youngest baby, my daughter was only 6 months old. I was married then. And auntie Bertia took me to my mother's house. I visited my mother, and my mother was picking at me. She wanted to make sure that my youngest daughter, Nyrene, didn't spill baby food on her carpet or on her floor in her dining room. So my mother was, wanting to make sure it didn't spill. I mean, my baby didn't eat messy. Nyrene, she wasn't no drooling, spit up all around the mouth, insane baby. Nyrene was meticulously clean, even at 6 months old. She made sure her baby food didn't even go past her lip or upper lip. She just wasn't no messy eating child like that. She didn't eat greedily. And this was at 6 months old. My 6-month-old baby had more sense than my mama. Okay, and this is real talk. My daughter was looking at my mama like, you know how you could read a baby's mind? My daughter was like, what the hell? Because she understood what my mother was saying. Even at 6 months old, Nyrene, when my mother was saying, make sure the baby don't spill anything, Nyrene stopped eating for a minute. Like, what the hell? Is your wig on straight, ma'am? Nyreen was looking at my mother like, she looked at my mother, back at me. Her eyes was like, she was such a pretty little baby. She was sitting right there on my lap. I continued to feed Nyreen. I just ignored my mom. I'm like, but that's what they do. See, narcissistic, sociopathic parents, they start fucking shit. And this is why they'll never do what you're doing. When I was 6 months old, Auntie Birdie of them was feeding me. They're not dedicated and they have maternal instincts the way we do. Yeah, they may be good at owning a church, owning a restaurant, putting on a facade. They carry those titles of mothers and grandmothers, but they don't do enough to be a respectable mother. So when that incident happened, when my mother assaulted me at 15, I ended up in the hospital. It caused me to pull a muscle in my side. I was real little. My mother was a big old person and she pushed me and I flew through the air like a bird and landed. So when I went to the hospital, first of all, there was some identity crisis going on because back then I used to straighten my hair. I put lye relaxers in my hair. When I had my daughter, I got kind of pale looking. It was like my melanin just came out. I lost a little weight wearing my hair straight and long. So I think when I went into that hospital, the white women thought I was biracial. So I think the white man knew my grandmother. So he knew that he knew black women did that to me. But when I went into the hospital, these white women, now I've been assaulted. Now they do know that I have not assaulted anybody. So I am the victim and they should be concerned about my injury, not if I'm disrespecting anybody. So I was explaining the situation of how my mother shows up out the blue at my grandmother's house. And I was telling my mother, I was right to tell her this. I had a right to tell her this. You got to remember, my grandmother was my legal guardian. And remember, back in that era, that meant she had custody. See, they got all these different separators now. You got guardianship, custodial parents, custodial relatives. But that guardianship paperwork back in the day, my mother gave my grandmother custody. That's how the police handled it. So my mother is coming in me and my grandmother's residence. It would be like me going to my mother's residence and pushing her son or her husband. It's the same thing. My mother also was not a visitor in the residential part of the restaurant. My mother barged in the residential part. It's like its own apartment up there. That's equivalent to somebody kicking in my door right now while I'm on this live. Mother or not, she should not be doing that. Also, my mother wanted to put Amanda out, a sweet girl that had done nothing. And we didn't have that type of atmosphere. When anybody, my grandmother never had to put one person out of the residential part of the restaurant that we lived in. Not one time. Because I knew not to do that. I knew that if I brought people up there and my grandmother had to start throwing people out, I inherently knew that my grandmother would say, I can't have company up there no more. I was basically running that upstairs. Because I was on the narcissist hours, my grandmother was never home. I am managing that house. That's why I manage a house well now, because I've been doing it since I've been 9, 8 years old. I always was managing the house. So I knew it's certain things that my grandmother probably, I would never want her to say I can't have company. So my mother was just all in the wrong. So I was just, Amanda was going to leave anyway, but I think my flight or fight mode, I didn't want Amanda to leave because I didn't want to be alone with my mother. And that was because I was getting ready to get assaulted. So I was just talking to my mother, and I didn't like the way she was treating Amanda. You don't come to somebody's house and abuse this sweet girl. See, my mother, she was living with Wayne ass, her abusive ass husband, and that's how they acted at her fucking house. So my mother was bringing her toxic ass energy into peace, because the residential part of that restaurant, yes, I was on the narcissist hours. I was being neglected by my mother and grandmother. But what I can say is, as a result of their neglect, they asses wasn't up in the residential apartment area of the restaurant. So it was peaceful there too. Just like right now, my house is peaceful. Ain't none of that abuse shit going on. Now, will people try it? Yes. Daniel tried to turn my house into a drug house. So did Elijah. You fix it, nip it in the bud right away. Any domestic violence situation, let me tell you the appropriate protocol. With a teenager, it shouldn't linger more than a year and a half. So if you got a problem teen, Elijah became a major problem July 2022. By November 2023, I had determined, Elijah, you cannot come inside my home anymore. Okay? So how long is that? A year and 4 months? Concluded the vast majority of it. It was concluded. Yeah, it was concluded, right? So now I still had some problems with Elijah and Kaylin, but remember, none of that's happening in the home. Okay? I'm hearing a lot of sirens today. And see, this is the stuff I don't like. I don't like hearing these sirens and Daniel's not home. I don't like it. I hear yelling, y'all. It is like 3:59. I want to walk out here and check this out, y'all. It's just been all throughout the day. Like it's a lot of police like everywhere. It's like 4 p.m. now. Okay, so yeah, I just want to see. I worry about Daniel. This is why I like him being out there like that. Legally, I can't do much. He's past runaway age. I can't put him in as missing. Legally, I have no. It's not much I could do. I mean, to control the situation. But what I need to do, I'm gonna make this one call. So for this, I have to go into the Cash App because I want to make sure I pay on my mailbox. So hold on one second. So what I'll do, I'll have to get out of the live for 1 second. Let me see if they answer first.
UPS, sir, how can I help you today?
Oh, hi, I wanted to pay on my mailbox.
And what's your box number?
626.
626?
Yes.
Okay, 1 second.
Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna pay on this. So I gotta go into my Cash App to pay on it. So I'll be right back, Natalie. Okay, so it's working again. Okay. So thank you so much for your patience. So the device is kind of overheating. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Hold on, Natalie. Hold on, I'm trying to get this stuff back in order here. Thank you for your patience, Natalie, and everyone. Oh, you was mopping, Natalie? Yeah, see, with this channel, that's the good thing about this channel. You can get your stuff done too. Because you can hook your device up to your speaker and be doing listening and doing whatever you want to do. And moderate. You can do that. Because you don't need to be constantly staring at and I mean, I don't know. You don't have to be so focused on me. Some channels, I get it. Like and those channels are more prepared, like Victoria Unfiltered. Oh, you got your headphones on, Natalie. So some channels, they're I'm not downgrading showing yourself, because like Victoria Unfiltered, it's her information and her. It all is coming. She's more, that's her style, and it works. But you know what? What I'll notice when I put comments and participate in other people's lives, they'll start to do videos like I'm doing. They'll sometimes, even Ringo TV, sometimes he'll do videos and he don't show his face. They sure do. Because they see that. But I mix it up. Those where we're out and stuff, but I'm not gonna stop unloading um because I'm not dressed to par, or I'm not looking all fancy, and I'm not conceited too. What I did say I want to start doing is uploading more of my photos that I take. I'm a photo taker sometimes. Like I take photos of myself. And so I did say that I would start uploading those to my YouTube post. Because I don't know if y'all ever go in my YouTube post and read there, but I need to upload there more. I'm good at doing that. She updates her YouTube post regularly, and she has like over 5,000 subscribers too. So that's something I need to work on. But I'll get to it. They didn't build Her content is like life skills, intuition. It's similar to mine, but it's not duplicating mine, and I'm not duplicating hers. I did a reaction video several videos ago, a couple of days ago. I did a reaction video, and so if you go back in my lives, you'll see the reaction video I did. And I'm thinking about becoming a member on her channel too. Her content is a mixture of things. She talks about family, she talks about business, but none of what, if you listen to what she's saying about business, it's not what I'm saying about business. It's her content is original, and she's also an author. Her content is original and it's unique to her. So I did a reaction about her. And I periodically do it, but I try not to do it too often because she'll say, don't produce her content without her permission. And then some of her videos, she'll go live, but she'll click it on member only. So I think to be safe, I think it's just better to become a member. But I don't do reactions on her a lot because she always says, do not duplicate her information without her permission. You know, she'll give that disclaimer. So I try to respect her work, but I mean, you can say, see, you're covered under the the federal, not FBI, the federal copyright. It's federal law. Like you're covered on YouTube pretty much. So it's like a catch-22. I mean, you can say that on a video. I could come on here and say, do not duplicate my work without my permission. What I say instead, in cases like that, I say, if you're going to reproduce my work, add my name to it, which is more appropriate because when you're on YouTube, you're covered under the federal copyright privileges of 1970 something, right? So we're covered. That's why I do the phone chronicles. Now, I had a situation on a phone chronicle where a person heard it and they, wanted it removed. I did it because I was kind. I did it out of pure kindness, but I could have left it up and it wasn't going to be a damn thing they could do about it. Because you're covered by the Federal Copy Fair Use Act. That's what it is. It's the Federal Fair Use Act. It's fair use, y'all. Okay. And so, like I said, I put the live in private. It was one of my phone chronicles. Put it in private, but I did it out of love because I had empathy because the person asked me to take it down. And it was very personal conversation. I didn't know it was going to get all into that. I didn't delete the video. The video is not deleted. It's just in private. I can still go watch it. I can take that video and edit it and take the gentleman out that was in there. But I'm very careful with jealousy. That gentleman, I've known him since I've been a teenager. And he told me, he said, I don't like your channel. And threatened to sue me too. I was like, wow. I have uploaded a lot of videos when someone has heard my phone chronicle and threatened to sue me. I put it in private out of empathy. But I know that if I went and clicked on that video and released it back to the public, I am covered under the Federal Fair Use Act. Okay. So yeah. And then exactly, yeah. Yeah. So Natalie says, right. I thought that included lawyers or something to actually copyright her work. Yeah, and also she needs to put it in the description box as well. I don't think she's doing that. So see, she has to be specific in the description. You can't just say it. You got to write it somewhere too. And I'll check the description box, but I don't do reactions on her often enough. And what I'll do to kind of cover myself, I'll just react to part of her video, not the whole video. So it's considered original content, right? And but I go by the law. You can say whatever you want to say. You can say, look, you need my permission to wear these pretty panties I got on. But I'm gonna keep wearing them if I don't see nothing in writing. So I'm a legal person. But what I did do is last time I did that live with Victoria Unfiltered. When I did the live, I listened to what she said, and she says get her permission to use her content. And the catch 22 to that, if I really want to cover myself, I need to become a member on her channel. Because when I request membership, because see, when I do the live, when she gets off the live, she leaves it up for a while. And then she puts that video, right? So if I'm not a member, I can't watch it for long. So imagine if I did this live and I had a membership I was offering, and then I just clicked it to members only. Okay. So for me really to cover myself with her, if I'm going to do reactions, especially on a video that's going to be a members only video on her channel, I should pay for her membership. Because she's saying, Victoria Unfiltered saying, get her permission. That's what you're doing when you become a member. Your permission's right there. That would coincide with me being a member. I haven't done it yet, but I think I should. I think I do enough lives, and I don't want to lose my respect from her. So if she found out I react to her sometimes, she may just let it go and be like, oh, advanced. She may look at me and be like, oh, I'm not tripping off advanced, because she has like 40 some thousand subscribers. She may not even care since I'm such a small channel. I'm not really what she would consider a competitor. Okay, her channel is way, way larger. So she may do it that way. But if I want to be reality and be a decent person, I should request a membership. If I'm a member, I could say, oh, Victoria, I misunderstood it, girl. I thought since I'm a member now, I could copyright your shit all day long. Now let me stop. But she charges a lot more for her work now, and I think she should. She's an author as well. But that's what I'm going to do. I am going to, since that one live, she said she was going to make that live that I did the fair use reaction on a few days ago. I should become a member. Because if I don't, I'm kind of crossing a boundary. Okay, I'm crossing a boundary there, which may make her lose respect for me. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to become a member on her channel this weekend. That way, I don't have to take that video down. Because Victoria could come back and do the same thing that brother that was in the South did. Threaten to sue me, and you know how people flip out on you. But check this out. The brother in the South that had the beef with me, that I've known since we've been kids, check this out. If I wouldn't have did that phone chronicle, He never was going to tell me he watched my channel. He hid in the cut for years and surveillance and eavesdropped, never left a comment. Watched my channel for fucking at least minimum 2 to 3 years. Never told me that he was watching. But when I did that phone chronicle with him in it, that's when he told me he knew. So it was like a blessing in disguise. If I wouldn't have did the phone chronicle recording him, he never would have came out and told me that he'd been watching me the whole time. And he told me, he said, I don't like your channel. Jealous. And that's why I put it in private. Be careful of a jealous person. I've worked too hard to build this channel up, to risk it over any person that's jealous. Yeah, sitting back in covers watching. But I found out through the phone chronicle. His brothers and family, him and his brother was both watching. I never knew it. And that's because they were my Facebook friends. And remember, one of my regrets was posting my channel on Facebook. That's a regret of mine. Especially, I don't regret posting my channel in the Facebook groups. I don't regret that. I need to start doing that again. But see, when you put it in the Facebook groups, like the Narcissist Anonymous groups and stuff like that, it doesn't go on your Facebook page. It goes in the group membership because you have to be accepted in the group. So I need to start doing that again to advertise my channel. But I shared my videos early on my Facebook page to my Facebook friends. And some of the people was sitting back watching me in the cut. That's how that happened. So if you're going to have a complicated channel like this, now if I had like a health channel, something more bland, you're advertising, I got a channel where I'm selling Avon, but the stuff, the complicated stuff can be considered discriminatory views on this channel and bias or objective or subjective stuff. It was better for me not to post it on Facebook to my friends. But I do need to start posting in my Facebook groups again. Okay, I do need to do that. Oh, and I'm going to talk more about that revision of history too. Hold on. To explain more of that. I want to explain more of revision of history so you kind of know more of the difference between a lie. It's something that's done in narcissism. Hold on one second. Yep, sitting back in the cut, Natalie. You're right, dear heart. And like I said, if I wouldn't have did that phone chronicle, I would have never knew that. That was a blessing to me, for me to know his ignorant self was stalking me. Oh, and he had severe jealousy. He said, I don't like your channel. He said it just like that too. I said, okay. Seemed like you like it though. You're watching me quite a bit. You just threatened to sue me. And don't underestimate somebody. He come from a family of teachers and principals. Yeah, he's been in the penal system. on and off in the criminal justice system, but that's somebody that'll sue you, especially a male. He know the law, and he willing to, if he want to do it, take a threat serious. Oh yeah, but it's the, well, I know why he don't like it, because he's able to somewhat reflect, and he's, some of the stuff I talk about probably remind him of himself. He might be an aware narcissist. He has narcissistic traits in him. He feel like I'm talking about him, even before he was in the Phone Chronicle. He feel like, oh, she talking about the shit I do, because you know I talk about stuff that men and women do. When someone says, I don't like your channel, that's a they're upset of what you're accomplishing. It's like it's a form of jealousy. It's an envy of growth, right? So it's not just jealousy, it's a form of insecurity. Like what you're doing. Always look at this. Okay, this gentleman, I've known him since I was a kid. He refused to go to my wedding because he didn't rock with my abusive husband. He at an early age didn't like that man and thought my husband was quite abusive. Now pay attention to this. This is how you got to read people. Look at how they talk when you're doing the wrong thing. So I always thanked him. I said, I'm so happy you didn't attend my wedding. I wish I wouldn't have attended. Damn, you was smart. You didn't attend my wedding. I should have followed your lead, and I didn't go to that motherfucker. So pay attention to how people act. He never said, I don't like that man abused you. I don't like that man. So a person may tend to feel more secure when you're in a bad situation, right? So remember this channel. When you say, when he said, not you say, Natalie, when that brother said, I don't like your channel, which is how he said it, and I'm mocking it to the T. He's saying he doesn't like the change in my life, right? Because this channel reflects change. So I'm no longer being abused. I'm not in a domestic violence relationship. This channel actually displays my constant fight of not wanting to be anybody's victim, because you always see me showing boundaries. I ain't lying to you when I say I told Daniel he can't smoke in here. You don't hear Daniel around here. You hear fight? I act on the stuff, right? So people tend to not like people that are actively showing action. He might not like my channel. Some people, they'll do this. He might not like my channel because he has a bond with my kids. Some people may not like that I talk about my kids. Some people will get offended. But see, my other negative situations, I didn't have a channel. So I can talk about whoever I want to talk about. It's under fair use. See, I'm not concerned about what they think. I'm concerned about the law. Under fair use, the Federal Fair Use Act, let me see if I can find it. I'm going to read it right here. I used to post the Federal Fair Use Act on some of my shorts early on. I made sure my channel didn't get taken down. I sure did. If you go back in my old videos, I use that as my thumbnail and as my overlay. Fair use is a legal rule that lets people use copyrighted work without asking. See, check this out. Oh my God, this is deep. So when Victoria says, don't use her work, even if she copyrighted it and made it where she owns it now, when she copyrights it, she owns it. Under the federal use rule, I can use copyrighted work without asking. It's federal law. I just can't pretend like I'm you. Right? So I can't take Victoria's work. If she's copyrighted it, I can't read her work word for word and put my name on it. But if I'm displaying her work and I tell you it's Victoria's work and I say fair use, under federal law, I can use copyrighted work. I be damned. That's deep. It's Section 107 of the Copyright Act. So, to clarify, I ain't taking another video down. I don't care who confront me. Okay. Also, under federal law, with recording someone, you're allowed one-way recording. Now, state law is different, but I can go into my federal law. So state law may say, okay, you got to get their permission. But then I talked to the police about it. The police said I could record anything I want to, long as I'm doing it at the house. The police said they're not going to act on it. So that's a catch too. Yeah, it may be a rule that's considered kind of shady there, but if the police ain't going to enforce it, it don't go nowhere anyway. For it to be criminal or really even civil, the police need to consider it something they're going to do something about. So yeah, I'm not taking, If Victoria confronted me and said, take that down, I wouldn't. I would read this to her. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act, it sets up legal rule of fair use. It lets people use copyrighted work without asking for criticism, comment, and teaching. So yeah, the Fair Use Act, I had it kind of confused. It's not just for work that's not copywritten. I'm thinking, okay, if it's copywritten work, which means they've taken ownership of it legally, I'm thinking that maybe I can't use it. But under the Section 107 of the Copyright Act, you can use their work even if they have it copywritten, long as you don't pretend like you're them. You have to state this is Victoria's work, and you can't sell it. You can't start, I can't take one of her books, write what's in her book, and put it on Amazon. That's where you're crossing the line. You can't go too far. It's a fine line. But with videos, fair use in videos, I'm not writing anything. It's a video. So I have a lot of free roam to do what I want to do. That's why I do my phone chronicles. I've checked with the law. I contacted my lawyer. I contacted the police. And the police have told me with the recording, anybody and anything, the key is you need to be in your house. That's because you're covered under surveillance laws, right? I'm in the residence. If I have an audio recorder in every room here, I have a right under federal and state surveillance laws. And the police didn't need to tell me that part. That's just freaking common sense. Okay, I knew that myself. I know that there's surveillance laws when it comes to what you can surveillance in the home. And what can I surveillance in my home? Every spot in my house. I could put a surveillance camera in my bathroom. But if it involves people's private bodies, you do have to notify the person you have a camera in there. So if I want to put a camera in my restroom, I'm covered under surveillance laws, but I would have to let my visitors know, by the way, when you shit and piss here, you are being recorded. You got to let them know. It's illegal not to let them know in a restroom situation. And that's because each state has restroom boundary laws in public and in the home. We have gender-based laws, the women's restroom, the men's, and it's the same in the house. Okay, so just to clarify that. But yeah, the revision of history thing. So revision of history is different than a lie. Okay, because a lie is purposeful, and a lie, if I know this heart love, and I know it say love, and I lie and say it say hate, that's a lie. But revision of history is rearranging some facts to make a situation look a certain way. So with my mother not holding my child, when my child was 10 days old, that's not what I did. I did not let her not hold my daughter. Now, within about a year or so after that, when my mother came back to the restaurant, she was in the restaurant part, because I think my grandmother told her she couldn't go back upstairs after the assault of me happened. My daughter was sitting on one of the restaurant tables, and I went and picked my daughter up from that table and removed my daughter from my mother's table that she was sitting at. But I still didn't deny my mother holding her. My mother hadn't apologized, and I knew that assault of me wasn't right. And me and my mother fell out about that, so I just stopped talking to her. But when the incident happened, when my daughter was 10 days old, so what my sister did, she got the events mixed up. So she said, it just was a rumor that started. When my mother assaulted me, my sister said and told people it was because I didn't let her hold my baby. I don't know who told that lie. Maybe my mother told it. That could have been a lie, because a narcissistic sociopath, they not going to say, I barged in upstairs, picked on these two little kids, and assaulted one of them, which is my own daughter, till they went to the hospital. My mother might have started the lie. I don't know. I asked my sister, where did she get that from? And she never said where she got it from, because she's forgotten where she got it from. My sister was only 10 when the incident happened. I was 15. She don't remember where the lie came from. But someone said that my sister's only repeating what she heard. She was too young to just make it up. So someone must have said it was because I didn't let my mother hold my daughter, which none of that happened. We didn't even get to the point of who she's going to hold, because my mother was too busy abusing and showing her ass and being a total asshole in front of me and Amanda. Amanda was a sweet girl. She was just sitting there. She came by. She had already had a baby. And my mother was truly mad. Let me tell you what triggered my mother off. When I gave birth, they would only let one person in the room. And I picked my daughter's father. I didn't pick my mother or my daughter's other grandmother, which I'll call her my mother-in-law in this case, right? I didn't pick neither grandmother from my side or the father's side. I picked her father because I was breaking that family curse. The family curse is grandmothers and people that are other family members and friends keeping your children. So see, I didn't want to pass that cycle on. I wanted my child to be raised by her parents, not her grandparents. So, I mean, I didn't have my daughter with my mother. Why is she in the birth room? Me and her are not close. She's not even raising me. She's neglecting me, and she's giving my grandmother guardianship / custody of me. Because back in that era, that was custody. That was custody. It was the same equal rights under the police system and everything. I didn't know what my sister was going around telling people. We were just talking over the past several months, and my sister mentioned that. And like I said, with my sister, I do it kind of like a narcissist in text messaging. Everything's a case-by-case basis. So like today, we worked on the correction of the truth. Elijah was not homeless. It doesn't make him homeless because he doesn't want to follow my rules. It makes him not want to be at home, but he still had a home. The police was telling Elijah to come back home, and I was telling him to come back home. Not no more, though. His home right now is the jail. He back in jail for breaking the no contact order. And this is why. See, I'm proving this right here. This is why I tell Daniel and Elijah to come back home. I'll let you know when you're ready to move out. I'll let you know. I'll let you know if you move out and you won't be at risk of jail or prison. I will let you know. But I don't mind letting you stay here a little longer till you get the skill set to go ahead and move out. That's all. It was for their benefit. Because at the end of the day, I'm not going to go to jail or prison. And let me tell you why. It's a simple reason why. Elijah, when he goes to jail today, remember we talked about my series on mental retardation. Serious thing. If you know that you have a no contact order, that means the police is after you. I would consider myself a fugitive. So if I know that there is a state ordered Superior Court order saying I am to have no contact with Kaylin, I would consider myself a fugitive and I would be on guard. So the police walked right up in the house today because Elijah didn't have the door locked. Now, the police had no warrant and the police had no right to kick the door in. So if the door would have been locked, the double bolt, the main lock, what do you call that? The main deadbolt lock. If the deadbolt lock would have been locked, then all the police would have did was knocked. They would have knocked. They could knock for 5 hours. I ain't coming out. By law, Elijah does not have to answer the door. So see, I wouldn't go to jail 9 or 10 times because if I was to commit that type of crime with the no contact order, my door would be locked. I would have a motherfucking, one of them old school boards. I would have the door barricaded. Every time I came home, I would have Kaylin do it. I would say, Kaylin, get your white ass over there and cover the door so the police don't come in. Because I'm restrained from you, bitch. So see, I'm not going to go to jail for no stupid shit like that because I know if anything illegal I did, if I was a drug dealer, if I'm breaking a no contact, I would have my deadbolt locked at all fucking times. He don't act like he's wanted. That's why he go to jail so damn much. Because I told Kaylin, well, why didn't you have the door locked? She said they forgot they had just came in. They travel all outside together. The police know them. We have a very small police department. It's only 200 to 250 police, detectives, and staff. Our policing force total employees does not go over 300 because the city I live in, the population is 95,000 and under. Okay. So it's not a small town, but it ain't a big city neither. Like if you go into Seattle, that's over 500,000 people. Or if you go into St. Louis, Missouri, it probably is just as many. It's just a lot, right? But Elijah went to jail today because he didn't lock the fucking door because he's playing on TikTok. See, you can't be a criminal and a preschooler. We talked about the retardation. Remember, that's a developmental delay. So Elijah wants to be a preschooler, but then he's a fugitive. You got to pick one. That's why I told him to stay his ass home. If you stay, this is what I can guarantee you. I'm going to guarantee you this. It's proven. Isaiah ain't went to jail one day. Not one day. What I can guarantee you is under my watch, if you live with me and you follow my basic system, you will not enter jail or prison for anything that someone's saying you would. You won't even be breaking the law. I do offer that. But if you are not under my household, and one reason I can guarantee that you won't be in jail or prison is because there's a lot of systems that I have that would prevent that. There's no drugs allowed here, no alcohol. You're not going to be on substances here, committing crimes. But Elijah left too early and Daniel is leaving early. Elijah's struggling to get a job because he has a conviction on his record that's affecting him getting work. And part of that is a consequence of not just him leaving the home early, too soon, being a runaway, also the type of lady he dates too. He's with a narcissistic sociopath, not psychopath, but sociopath. So this is what happens there. I asked Caitlin when I talked to her earlier, I said, why didn't you have the door locked? See, a narcissistic sociopath, what did I say on my last lives? They are not your protector. See, Caitlin knows that she don't go to jail. There's not a no contact order saying she can't be around Elijah. Elijah not supposed to be around her. So her ass don't go to jail. Now, my sister says that Caitlin's on a 2-year probation, but I don't know what that's for. I know she had an assault that she was being charged for when I first met her that was going on. So I don't know what she's on probation for. I have no clue. But that's what my sister said. She said she's on a 2-year probation. So she's probably already done a year of that. So she would have 1 more year. And I don't know what it's for. But she ain't on no probation long as Elijah's. She got a phone with real phone service. He ain't got no real phone service. She got her baby Imani back. He ain't done his domestic violence classes. His focus is too much on helping Caitlin and it's hurting his life. She can't even go visit him when he's in there. And I don't waste my time to go visit Elijah because maybe if he was there long enough, I would go visit. Maybe if they gave him a longer sentence, but he gets out so quick. But I already told him. They don't want to listen. I told him, send that girl back to that shelter. That's all he had to do before she got her baby back. Elijah doesn't get out of the situation soon enough. And I cannot have no legally grown man in my house playing TikTok all day. You can't be here playing TikTok. You got to be at work. And Elijah's a con artist. He's an undiagnosed psychopath. So he's going to use that conviction on him till he 85 so he don't have to work. That's his ultimate goal, is to live in the penal system, have the taxpayers pay for him to be in his little prison uniform. And oh, he'll be just fine. Oh, give him a tablet in jail or prison. Elijah will be all good. Give him a few phone calls. He doesn't want much. Okay, Elijah doesn't want, and he desire basic freedom. But Kaylin, she was calling me bro when she called me over and over. She kept calling me back to back. And so I thought it was Miss Angel calling. But when somebody calls me 2 or 3 times, I say, let me answer this. So when I answered, she told me they just took Elijah to jail. She didn't sound very sad about it neither. These are the things she talked about. I did some notes on it. But last but not least, when it all boiled down, the bitch was concerned about the house key. The basis, hold on.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, may I speak with Irene?
Oh, this is Irene.
This is Michael with Intake Services at the King County Jail. I'm calling regarding Mr. Pendleton Brown.
Yes.
Elijah.
Yes, sir.
He's been booked at the King County Jail on a violation of a protection order or no contact order investigation. And he provided your name and phone number to verify background information for his court hearing, which is scheduled for 2 o'clock on Monday. Is it okay if I ask you some questions?
Yes, 2 o'clock this Monday.
That's correct.
Okay, and Elijah provided this information. Can you repeat that one more time?
Yes, and as part of our process, we verify that information through a reference. He provided your name and contact information as the reference.
Yes, finally,
Okay.
that's a good step in the right direction, because I mean, this is the 10th jail stay, right? So, yes, I'm willing to cooperate and support everyone. However, Elijah needs to know how I am. So if he's going to be giving my number out, I'm going to be brutally honest. I'm not the cover up mom.
Okay.
It doesn't
I
help.
appreciate
It doesn't help him. It actually is a false scenario that hurts him in the long run. But finally, now he's waking up. See, because he doesn't take any of my advice. I'm a non-felon, never had a misdemeanor. Elijah started running away from home at 17. He's not ready to be out there. He doesn't have enough skills because he left home too soon. And he's with the wrong girl. He's with the wrong girl.
Okay. So can you verify his address? Where is he living?
He lives over there at that apartment at Crestview.
Do you know the address?
I can look it up. Hold on.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Hold on one second. Let me kind of get settled here.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna get my notepad too. That way, if I need to take it.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay, so the address, are you able to tell me his exact address?
Yeah. Let me look that up
Okay.
because it'll be online. It's the unit number is 333B. If I find it.
Okay.
And this is legally Elijah was under my address for quite a while, but I did take him off my lease. So, because he went on his own lease. Thank you so much for the likes, y'all. Yeah, that was the investigator calling about Elijah. So Elijah gave the investigator my phone number to contact me, which is a sign of improvement, right? Um, I'm gonna wait a few minutes for Natalie to come back on and go over yeah, the revision of history. It's a little bit different than just a lie. It's actually like rearranging facts to make something look a certain way. And if someone believes that what they're saying is true, it's not really perceived as a lie. You got to look at age. So, like when my sister said, my mom attacked me when my daughter was 10 days old because I didn't let my mom hold my daughter. That's not what happened. None of that happened. I did not deny my mother holding my daughter. I was verbally communicating with my mother in an era where they would consider anything you say talking back. And my mother was a narcissistic sociopath, so she's not going to understand other people's boundaries, right? I mean, it's clear, like, it's like where my grandchildren or nieces or nephews, any cousins, any family members that I could ever have in my life, right? I can't go to where other people are taking care of kids and just walk up in their house and tear doors down and start screaming and hollering and acting all crazy and telling people to get out. Okay. My mother was just not within her rights, but the way the parenting style was, there was no interest for my life, like my grandmother said. She told Uncle Paul, go up there and get Irene before my mother kill her, or my mother kill me, right? This is what my grandmother stated, but my grandmother kind of knows I was at risk ahead of time, right? So she didn't make any other adjustments for the attack not to happen. There's no supervision. My grandmother knew how my mother was. So, but going back to what I was saying, the truth of the matter is, initially, my mother was mad when she was at the hospital, and I chose for my daughter's father to be in the room when I gave birth. So, my mother was resistant from my perspective because I was getting ready to do things a little different. I did not want my daughter raised by grandparents. Grandparents can help, and I did that. My daughter was ultimately raised her entire life by me and her father. When he couldn't do it, I was raising her from day one, and then her father came in and got more and more active in her life when my daughter was a teenager. And he flew all the way up here and got my daughter and took her to Texas and finished raising her. So that's how it went. And, when you are in a dysfunctional family, that's one of the things about a dysfunctional family. It's always somebody else raising somebody that ain't they parent. Yes, I'm back, Natalie. So that was an investigator calling from the courts because Elijah gave the investigator a phone number. Finally, right? Now he's kind of waking up a little. But is this a spider? Oh my freaking God. Hold on, Natalie. Lord have mercy. I gotta kill this. Or what you call it, exterminate? Uh-uh. I hope, oh my God. I hope it don't go nowhere. Hold on, Natalie. I gotta unalive the spider. I have a brand new red broom that I use just for the walls, right? So I don't sweep the floor with this broom. Yeah, you thought I wasn't gonna get you, huh? You was dead now. Let me see you come out again. Oh shit. Oh shit. It's stuck up in the plastic area. This little motherfucker slick. It didn't got because I kept the plastic on this. It's called a corn broom. Easy do everyday corn broom. And the stick is solid red wood. It's extra stitching for long life. But I use it just for the walls and ceilings. I don't sweep the dirty floor with it. I got a separate broom for that. So it's 100% natural fibers. So this is a corn broom, extra stitching for long life. It's the old school pretty brooms. And it got the solid red handle. It's called a corn broom. I just bought it like a couple months ago. Remember I told you I'm going to be doing like some videos of like my artwork in the house, stuff like that. You know, as I get more comfortable with my channel, I do more stuff, especially with this home organizer coming. So yeah, I hope it's yeah, hope so. So yeah, this was an interesting call. So what happened, I wanted to record that, but my device is overheating, right? So the device is overheating. So then I tried to go into the live on the other device. Yeah, Mrs. Spider, yeah. So let me see. So I should hold on. Oh, to let me do this. I'm checking out this oh yeah, I forgot it'll let you do it. It'll actually let you click on two lives. So Elijah, that investigator gave me the court date. But see, at the end of the day, I could go to court all day long. Elijah has to obey that no contact order. I mean, he don't want to send that girl on somewhere. See, September 2024, remember, Daniel and I went over there to, hold on, this is what I'm doing. So I kind of started, okay, so this was overheating. So I'm kind of starting a new live, but just stay on this one for right now. Y'all don't have to jump in the new live, but I got it started. So what it is I got two lives started. Okay, so when I go off this one, because I got to finish some stuff on this one, and then this one's overheating. So if this one goes off, y'all just click on the other live that I'm in, because you can be in two lives at once. Oh, yeah. No, he didn't give no detail, Natalie, of why he didn't like my channel. He just said this: I don't like your channel. And I didn't ask why. Elijah. So what they're doing, they're letting Elijah know that his situation is getting more serious. What Elijah will find over time, that without my support, he will be a future prisoner. So now what Elijah's doing, he's looking at this logically now, right? So he's like, I'm getting ready to go to the penitentiary. So what Elijah, this is a form of maturity. And this is when the delay, because remember, I talked about doing these series on mental retardation, developmental delay, and intellectual disability. And that's what I just told. That call didn't last long. When I talked to that investigator, Michael, it didn't last long because he said, do you feel like there's a mental illness that Elijah has? I said, well, he definitely has anxiety. It's not appropriate on that call to say he's an undiagnosed psychopath. That doesn't help anything. And it really won't fix the problem. Yeah, so what I said, because I want to use this newfound information I've studied on and implement it in real life situations. I said, I do feel like there's some intellectual disability, okay? And there's some cognitive issues that may affect Elijah understanding and being blinded and not fully connecting the dots. And the guy mentioned, is he a substance use? Do I have substance use concerns for Elijah? I said, yes, of course, because Elijah got with Kaylin right around 18 when he broke up with his first girlfriend, Gracie. So when he broke up with Gracie, see, Kaylin's a little older. It's only by about 2 years. She's almost 2 years older. But what happened was she was able to buy Elijah liquor before he's 21. So see, Elijah don't have him a good woman. That's part of his problem too. See, if you're going to leave home at an early age, you got to get with a solid type of woman, not a narcissistic sociopath that you found at a shelter. It's just not the best match for Elijah's issues. So I told the investigator, and I believe telling him that made him not ask the next 20 questions. The man is fucking slow. That's basically what I'm saying. So it no need to ask me if he a psychopath, if he did the crime. Do he want to be in jail or prison the rest of his life? Once you say somebody is slow, it removes the other 20 questions. That interview lasted real quick. Let me see how long the call lasted. It's a developmental delay. You can get over it later. So that call lasted 16 minutes, 41 seconds. Now, most of those kind of calls last 45 minutes to an hour. That one lasted 16 minutes. So if you want to shorten your calls, just say, I'm slow, they slow. Because what the investigator doesn't want to do is waste a bunch of time. Because if I'm saying the boy's slow, the mama's slow. Okay? Because I said the boy has been, this is 10th time. Come on now. There's a developmental delay. You don't need to go to jail 10 times to comprehend things. So that's how I ended it, because I got to be able to kind of have some compassion. I got to look at the areas when I was young that I was kind of not so fast in. Remember I said I had mild retardation. What else is it? When an abuser can brutally black my eye And then he tells me that he'll pay my Honda Accord car payment. It was like $330, something like that. He'll and I'll come back home. And I went back. It is slow, y'all. It's developmental delay, but see, mild developmental delay you can heal from. You just gotta, there's a lot of cognitive dissonance with it. There's a lot of things that can affect Elijah. You know, Elijah, he wasn't raised in the home with his father. That type of stuff, having lack of parental guidance, that could cause developmental delay too. It sure can. So I'm just willing to deal with pure facts now. The boy is motherfucking slow. I know he's slow because, see, this is where I'm a little fast at, okay? Or quick thinking. I know I'm in here with a person with a no contact order. Elijah's in the apartment with a person with a no contact order. He's not supposed to be around Kaylin, according to the no contact order. Thank you so much for the likes, y'all. So something as simple as just locking the deadbolt lock. Kaylin's slow too. The two of them, both of them need caregivers, because police, if you lock the deadbolt lock, the police have no right. It's not a warrant. They didn't have a felony warrant. They could knock for 5 hours. Elijah ain't got to come to the door. But the police know he's slow. So the police just walked on in, put their guns out like it's their crib. They probably was talking about it in the police car. You know Elijah's slow ass ain't gonna lock the door. Let's just go on in there, bro. This is how the cops talking. Nah. Well, what if he shoots us? Nah, Elijah ain't got no gun. You know, that's Miss Irene's son. He's a good person. He ain't gonna shoot you. You know that family got a good heart. You know that Negro ain't locked that door. They know how people think that are not structured and behaving structured. So, hello, Amari. How are you? That's on the other live, Natalie. You're still on this one, but remember, I opened the other live just in case this one's overheating. So I started the other live as well. So, yeah, so that's just what I said. I mean, what we want to do, you know, the purpose of me starting my series eventually on the, you know, retardation, developmental delay, and intellectual disability. These are the three main terms that they'll use for what used to be just called mental retardation. And like I said, you got mild, moderate, severe. So what Elijah showed me is that he's not as retarded as I thought. See, this is when I knew he was retarded. When he would contact Kaylin. He would do that all the other times with the no contact order. He would contact the person that he's not supposed to be around. The only thing Kaylin can do to help Elijah, if she want to really help Elijah, this is the only thing Kaylin can do, is get the fuck out of his life. Other than that, she can't help Elijah. She's hurting Elijah. We still don't know if that child is his. He done went to jail a total of 10 times. Not all for her. This will be, I think, the third or fourth time that he's went for Kaylin with breaking the no contact. Okay. And so, you know, I tried to talk to Elijah. He got a court date. I'm still his mother. He can't come back here and stay. I can't let him come back here and stay because I don't want these police walking up in here. And but I would have the door locked. I can't have Kaylin and Elijah. They argue too much for me. That's all they do is argue. Two Libras together, y'all. They argue like mice in a cage. You know them Libras will argue with you anyway. They gonna get their point out. But the stuff they arguing about just wouldn't be that. It's too much arguing between Kaylin and Elijah and not enough action. So Elijah probably be arguing with her. Elijah want to know if that child he is too. I don't help. I don't get too involved with, because I know she's a narcissistic sociopath. And ultimately, her main concern, let me tell you what the bitch's concern was. I wrote it in my text. She called me over and over to let me know he in there. And she does that for different motives. It's not necessarily from a good place in her heart of why she's calling. One, she's probably calling because Elijah asked her to. Two, so Kaylin mentions when she calls me that he's on the phone and on TikTok. But when I talked to them and did the video chat the other week, about a week ago, I told her that he needs to stop playing video games. Yeah, they do mental gymnastics, Natalie. You're right. So they she defends him. When I said he needs to be at work instead of a video game, she defends him. She says he can't get a job. Kaylin told me today. I said, that's game. How you know if he even interviewing? And just because he goes to an interview, he's not getting the job because of the criminal background. He's not getting the job because he didn't pass the interview process. Elijah didn't do his domestic violence class, is what Kaylin said. And then as I asked her about that, that's why she said it. She said they were arguing, but not today, 5 days ago. She don't know why they there today, because she say they was arguing 5 days ago. At this point, Kaylin don't even know what arguing is. She's real loud too. And they can come arrest them today from the argument 5 days ago. It's a small police department. Maybe they had too many calls on that day. So they decided to come when somebody's not getting shot in the head over on the next street. So they have to prioritize their calls. The call didn't say Elijah was beating her or she was beating him. It's just they were arguing. So I asked her, how did the arrest go? She said Elijah was calm while being arrested. Kaylin says they were arguing 5 days ago. She said he missed a PO appointment on the 21st. I said, well, what about a reminder? She said he don't need a reminder. She's not his mother. See, that's the thing with narcissistic sociopaths. She wants to cohabitate in Elijah's apartment. I wouldn't have a problem reminding my man about an appointment if I'm living in his place. Am I crazy or what? You a homeless bitch that used to be in a shelter. You got a man with an apartment. Why can't you tell him about his PO appointment? I mean, but maybe she just want to take over his place since she got a job now, like my sister said. So Kaylin confirms the order is still on. She kept calling me bro. And this why I ain't seen the bitch since September 2024. This is a disrespectful ass bitch, right? So remember that's when she put her fist in my side. I done got over that. But when I'm asking her questions, she's saying, bro, I just answered that, bro. Then she started calling me mom. Because I no longer correct the bitch. I just ignored her, and then she started calling me mom. Yeah, but she shouldn't be calling me bro. They ain't got no class. She was using profanity. there's no more old school stuff like how when I was a kid we didn't curse in front of our elders or you know other adults or whatever. That's all out the window. You can't save the new generation. Kaylin sounded frustrating. I wrote that down. Then Imani, the fucking stupid state, then gave her the oldest son back after Jamani, the other baby's unalived and died in the apartment. Oh, but if she was a decent parent, the state would hold her child to the day she died. But when the kids like dying in the parents' care, they gonna give all the kids back. So Imani was making a bunch of noise in the background, which proves that they're arguing. He's just mocking all that fighting and yelling they do because he was loud as hell. Too motherfucking loud for me. So sound like he was talking shit to me too. Her little baby, Imani, because she was calling me bro. Kaylin was. And it sounded like he was hyped up too. But they can do whatever over the phone. I'm not fucking with the baby. Because remember, I told you I don't keep kids no more. I'm not fucking around with kids. I don't want to be raising them, babysitting. I hope she don't call me talking about can I keep them while she go to work. Hell no. That's why Elijah keep going to jail for whooping y'all ass and breaking no contact orders. I'm his mama. If he can't tolerate her, I can't either. So it's just a bad situation. He didn't hit her or nothing this time. This is just a noise complaint, and they're investigating the violation of the no contact order. But ultimately, at the end of the call, she wants the fucking keys. She says Elijah took the keys. Elijah's messed up because she don't know where he put the house keys. Once Elijah understands he's just a supply source, that's it. His life will improve. But because he's an undiagnosed psychopath, his superiority complex will never and it will hinder him from realizing he's just someone that's being used. That's it. All Kaylin cares about is being able to stay in his apartment. That's it. If you removed the apartment that Elijah's offering for right now, that he may or may not be able to maintain for himself and her, if you remove all of that, then there's no relationship for real. It's a supply-based relationship where she gets to offer him no basic respect. She doesn't have to prove if Imani's his child. I've been asking for this DNA for years. The boy is almost 2. First day he at home with her, he got a big old knot on his damn head on the video. The state don't love that boy. They gave him back. Yeah, Natalie says from their stands, would they like to assist him? Yeah, one of the things I can say about my boys, the courts is not really the full racism we see on TV. These people, yeah, Natalie, you're right. And couples do call each other bro. You're right about that. You are sure right about that. Oh, Leonard Wilson's okay. Leonard Wilson will send in love your way too. And like Natalie said, and Leonard, we're sending love your way. Leonard Wilson, hold on. I'm checking these comments, y'all. Thank you so much for all the likes. Hold on. Getting caught up on comments. See, I lead by example too. And one of the things Elijah will notice is how I stay away. Oh, he's watching now. He watches how I stay away and I never go to jail over this Kaylin situation. He's watching. He sure is. He's watching. You got to lead by example. See, he has a no contact order. I saw Elijah one time after he got out of jail when I went and got that phone from evidence for him. Remember? That was back in April of this year. So, but what I do show him is how to obey the no contact order. I don't go around Kaylin at all. Not at all. All he got to do is do what mama doing. I'll show him that she not shit. And he's watching it. I'm too consistent for you not to notice it. See, I don't even have a no contact order saying I can't be around her, but I act like I do. I treat that bitch like the courts told me not to go around her. I don't help her with shit because I know she's a fucking narcissistic sociopath. Both of them damn abusers. Both of them abusers. That's financial abuse just to use him for his apartment and don't care nothing about him. It sure is. That's financial abuse. Hold on, I'm checking these comments, y'all. Thank you so much, Natalie Dearheart, for moderating today. He has a court hearing. And then they got him down there at that bad jail. As he gets deeper into the situation, he ends up not to wish no harm on nobody. You can't keep going in and out these jails. That's how you get yourself raped too. Man or lady. You don't want to keep going into freaking jails. Like right now. See, when he's here, it makes a difference even with the arrest. When he's here, he's in protective custody. Just like Daniel was. When Daniel was in jail last year, I had him in protective custody. But when you go into jail outside of mama's house, then they start putting you in there with them animals. Sure do. It's some animals in that jail. Them animals in that jail will do something to you where, with or without medication, you talk to yourself for the rest of your life. They sure will. What I've tried to show Elijah is I do still care about Elijah. He's still my son. but I don't want to support Caitlin. If he wants my help, it's too much on me. Don't give me no extra kids that won't even prove if they family, right? So what Elijah will notice is that I stay away. I'm very consistent. And he'll pick up on it, and ain't nothing happening to me neither. I ain't going in and out no jail or none of that. They fighting like that because they not meant to be together. I've been in relationships like that. You arguing too much because that is not who the Lord wants you with. Y'all are not compatible. They are not compatible. Hold on, I'm checking these comments, y'all. Yep, they're not compatible. Oh, no, you're not a bad moderator today, Natalie. What is wrong with you? No low self-esteem over here. I'm being a bad content creator. Shoot. You are not being a bad moderator today. Absolutely not. Yeah, Natalie says she don't like that bro talk. Natalie says, oh, Libra, they like to do mental gymnastics. Yes, they do that with their own parent too. And it gets nothing accomplished. Natalie said that was a direct question. That's from when the investigator called. Yes, and they are trying to support Elijah, but Elijah's trying to help himself. You know, they're asking Elijah, who can we call on your behalf? And he mentions me. Yeah, and the seen it back. I think it went up in that corn broom. So let me see. Oh, Natalie says, I'm back. Yes, I'm back. Natalie says, oh, wow, now that is not what I thought. I'm reading the comments in reverse, like going backwards. So thank you for the smiley faces and emojis. Natalie says, makes sense. Oh, when the brother said he didn't like my channel, he just doesn't like what I'm doing and what I'm talking about. It doesn't like the activity. It's a form of envy and discomfort with my new life. He knew me when I was a domestic violence victim, when he was choosing not to attend my wedding. But the problem is, how are you going to handle it when I'm not a DV victim anymore? How you going to handle me now when I got almost 1,000 subscribers and I got 129,000 views now? You know, that's definitely something you are not accomplishing when you're a domestic violence victim. If you're a domestic violence victim, I've seen channels like this where they're uploading their abuse. Oh, you could get a good channel as a DV victim. Yeah, we are doing our best today, Natalie. Yeah, these lives, you know, we did several yesterday. We spent quite a bit of time on it. And I am going to do the one this weekend about the information I studied on the dog smoking the blunts. You know, Miss Angel, you know what she do. Let the dog hit the blunts. Not crazy, but it is animal abuse, and I was really surprised at what I learned. So we're doing the best we can. So I'm going backwards in the normally I read the comments from my moderator Natalie and others from the beginning to the end, but I'm reading from the end. I'm reading going backwards this time because I got so behind on the comments. Oh, yeah, I answered the question. Natalie said, you mentioned Victoria. What is her content? Natalie had her headphones on earlier. Natalie's mopping and brooming. And I ended up going to get the broom for the spider. Natalie told me, thank you, Natalie, for saying be safe in case I go up the street and check with the police. And the revision of history. It's like, for example, when my sister told people that the reason my mom assaulted me when I was 15, leading to hospitalization, or me having to go to the emergency department, she's revising history. That's not why my mother assaulted me. She didn't even fully know why it happened. It began right when I gave birth to my daughter. My mother was frustrated with me. What are narcissistic sociopaths? They're more than just neglectful and mean. They're controlling too. So when you tell a narcissistic sociopath you're not choosing them, they get mad with you. My mother was heated. My daughter's father understood. I mean, my daughter's mother, the other grandmother of my daughter, understood why they couldn't come in the birth room while I gave birth. See, back then, now they let 2 and 3 people back. I had my daughter, they only allowed 1 person in the room. So you got to pick one. There used to be an era where the father could not come in the room at all. They changed that. So I picked my daughter's father. That's who got me pregnant. That's the daddy of the child. So I picked the father. Now, my daughter's mother, I'll call her my mother-in-law in this instance. She didn't get mad. She understood. She was telling my mother why I picked the man. You know, she was fine with it. You picked your man got you pregnant. And so she cool with it. My mother is the one mad. Ooh, my mother was furious. You could see it's almost like her wig moved. When the doctor came out or the nurse and, you know, wanted to know which one I wanted in the room with me. Ooh, my mother, she had a look. She really wanted to push me in, but it was too many people around. See, when she assaulted me, I also want to go over this. These assaults. The threats and assaults, they're happening for one reason always. There's no supervision. That's it. She didn't assault me at the hospital when I picked my daughter's father to come in the room, you know, birthing room while I had the baby. They're assaulting you because there's not enough witnesses. Okay? So when my sister or anyone thinks that the assault happened because I didn't let my mother hold my baby, it makes it look like it's my fault I'm being assaulted. It's giving the narcissistic sociopath an excuse for going too extreme. It's not my fault. It shouldn't have happened. I was not being protected. I was 15. My mother shouldn't have even been upstairs. She didn't even come visit us in the residential and home part of the restaurant. My mother never was a visitor upstairs. She always stayed downstairs in the restaurant part, which is where she should have stayed. Because look what happened when you let her come upstairs. Somebody got to go to the hospital now. Yeah, Natalie did the laughing, crying faces. So I'm looking back at these comments. Thank you for all the beautiful emojis and laughing faces. You bring such positivity here, Natalie. And thank you to the other people that are in the chat. If you have any comments and questions, I'll answer any question you want. And the channel moderator, Natalie, she's right on board to assist too. And Natalie, thank you for being so dedicated to the lives. Okay, I answered the question of did he give detail on why he didn't like the channel? He's probably still listening to it. He hasn't stopped listening to my videos. People do that with YouTubers. They say they don't like your channel, but they don't stop listening because they like your channel. Oh, and remember the copyright thing, the Fair Use Act. Under federal law, the Fair Use Act 107, whatever that is. Remember, you can use copyrighted information under fair use. You can use it for criticism. I read it. Let me see. I think I screenshotted it too. You can use it for commentary, criticism, and etc. Discussions, education. Section 107 of the Copyright Act under the Fair Use Law. So I'm glad I looked that up. News reporting, criticism and comment, teaching in classroom, scholarship and research for academic advancement. Yep, you can use it. Section 107 of the U.S. Copyright Act establishes the legal doctrine of fair use, which permits the unlicensed use of copyrighted works for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Yeah, so I love Victoria Unfiltered, but when she says don't use her work for pay, I think she's mainly talking about selling it. But when she says don't use her work without her permission, yeah, morally you can obey her rule. But by law, I can do a reaction to her every day and be covered under Section 107. And YouTube will not take my video down when I do, long as I say fair use. When I'm doing a reaction on Victoria, I have to just say fair use. She doesn't even have a legal right to get it removed unless she can prove a civil lawsuit that I'm assassinating her character or something like that. But if I'm using it for criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, or scholarship, this Section 107 of the U.S. Copyright Act, which is under federal law called the Fair Use Act, is making it where even if they copyright their work, you can still talk about it and use it, especially in a video. Yeah, I'm covered. I just tell people like certain things that I want to be not used in certain ways. I just tell people add my name to it. Like anything that you learn from me here, just tell them you got it from Irene at Advanced Insight. Add my name to it. Okay, that's all I ask, because under this Section 107, I can't, even if I copyrighted everything I said in this video, under this Section 107 of the U.S. United States Copyright Act, which is federal law, you can still utilize what I'm teaching as your own materials under criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. You can. You sure can. Oh, Natalie says, thank you to all the viewers. Like, share, and subscribe. Natalie, I like how you put that, what is that, like a stop sign, a triangle, and the bell behind that. That makes that really stand out. Thank you for that. So see, this video helped me, so I don't have to. So now see, since I read that and I confirmed that Section 107 of U.S. federal law, I don't have to be scared if Victoria or anyone has copywritten their work, because I'm covered under that section 107. That's why I said that one video when the one gentleman in the South threatened to sue me. That's why I was saying I morally put the video in private to just be respectful. But I know in my soul I didn't have to remove it because I'm covered under section 107. There's nothing he could do about it. Especially when you're not showing their photos and giving their whole name out and stuff. Because this is an audio video. You got to remember, I'm not even showing people who the guy is. Let me see. Yeah, but I needed to know more about that. Because in your mind, you think Section 107 of the U.S. federal law is just mainly applying to stuff that doesn't have a copyright on it, but it can be copywritten work. It's just like, okay, you can do book reading on here. So I can take one of these books that are author written and I can read it on my channel. I just have to let you know who the author is. And I can't rewrite their book and publish or selling it. So yeah, that copyright stipulation, if you copyright your work, your quotes, poems, videos, whatever you copyright, and you claim ownership to, people can't make a residual income off of it. Just view it like that. Like, am I gonna get 1,000 a day because I do a reaction on Victoria videos? No, I'm not gonna get that. And is it written in a book where I'm making like wads and wads of money off? So yeah, it has to be the financial part in there too. So let me see. Leonard Wilson, I pray that he's okay. He cash apped me and donated, and he's sick and has full-blown cancer. How kind-hearted of him to be stricken with full-blown cancer that's came back, and he still is kind enough to cash app me. He's showing really good nature there. That's a really good-natured man. Beautiful. Chat and online writing. Your online signature is beautiful, Natalie. It's a rose heart. Leonard will be coming in and out. His condition is more aggressive. Yeah. And I've been thinking in my mind that he was sick too. Because I thought about it, I say, oh, he ain't with the garbage, with the sanitation worker. Because when I did that live, I say, Leonard Wilson, you've been with the sanitation lady that you didn't say you want. But then in that live, I said, maybe he's sick. I thought about it kind of like later when he didn't return. Because I said, well, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Maybe he's back in the hospital. And that's what ended up happening. Oh, so this is how. Okay, Nally says, at Leonard, it costs nothing to support someone. And sometimes it's from strangers. I know that feeling. Natalie pointed out earlier, mini break. Natalie says, always something going on. I love it. Yeah, and revision of history. Going back to that. Seemed like this cooled down. I still got the other live open just in case this one goes out. But revision of history, yes, different than lying. It's just changing a situation around to make the outcome look different. It's revision of history. Like if we bring in the dresser first before the mattress, okay? But if someone says we brought in the mattress first before the dresser, they revised history. they changed the truth about part of what happened. Oh, Natalie, thank you. You're so sweet. Natalie says, Leonard, we send out much support your way, brother. Amen to that. We want to pray for healing. I hope Mr. Leonard Wilson doesn't die, but the sad part about it is we all got to do it, inclusive of me. He could have full-blown cancer and I die first. I mean, this is real talk. You just never know when your day is. But the thing is, I've been in people's life and they've had full-blown cancer and they survived it. It can do that with cancer. It can do that for years, up to 5 years. And then they keep treating it and then it just go away and never come back. It happens like that. Men seem to get it a lot because I think they internalize a lot of stress. You got to remember Leonard Wilson. Remember one of his daughters stressed him out because he had let his daughter and the grandkids stay. And remember, he had to throw all of them out. Their stress might have triggered what he got right now. Yeah. Stress. Remember they say stress kills. Stress kills. I got some original Ruffle chips, y'all. Let me see if I missed any other comments. Yeah, so that's what I do, Natalie. Going back to my sister situation too. That's what I do. I work with her on a case-by-case basis. And you know what? I actually think that she's getting kind of comfortable with some of the correction and the talks we have. And I'm very gentle with my response. So my sister said he was homeless. He was not homeless. He was on my lease and he was being asked to come home. Yeah. And like I said, I'm going to give my little sister credit because she has what she's doing. She's following my lead. So she will call me back with 10 more facts. And these are facts that I could prove, y'all. I know if it's a fact or not. See, because Tina knows a lot because she was at the scene. Tina was at the house and was living at the residence when Glenn Lee, my grandmother's adopted son, that was Irish and Italian, when he was in my grandmother's restroom, putting heroin through his toe. He was shooting heroin in his toe. I didn't know you could do that. Now we know. Look at all we learning. We know we got to know the world, right? That way, when you might meet a man and he got a whole line, like how people had them heroin lines on their arm. You might see that shit in his toe. Now you know what the fuck it is. Yeah. Natalie says, I do enjoy how you lead as the older sister and how you encourage communication. Yes. Now, does it annoy her sometimes? Louise Suey said poop on this other live. Whatever that means. This on the other live that's still open. And then Amari HD, hello. What the hell does it mean when somebody type poop? That don't sound right, huh? What that mean, Natalie? That's on the other live that's open. Poop. That don't sound very loving. Let me look it up. Poop. And then they got a poop emoji. So they have a poop emoji. This person typed it. Oh, I think that's the person way. Yeah, I think this poop. The person is saying my video's a piece of shit. That's on the other line. Well, if my video's poop, get off of it, sir. You go take a shit. You go poop. You probably got poop stuck up in your ass. You hold it in, shit, dog. Get off the line. That's on the other line. Some motherfucker wrote poop. Sick ass weirdos. Who the fuck writes that shit on somebody's live? Poop to your fucking mama, dog. Poop your mama, bitch. Oh, Natalie, thank you. Yeah, oh my God. Natalie's moderating on 2 lives. Thank you. Multitasking. Yeah. Natalie, ask that nigga. The hell he mean? You lucky my moderator professional, bitch. Whoever the fuck you are. You lucky I got some professionals here. I'm not fucking professional all the time. You poop your mama and daddy, bitch. Natalie. Yeah. You stick your raggedy ass hand up your ass and you get that poop out. Because I know that poop stuck. You got some hard ass motherfucking poop. Just like we got a hard heart to come in my live and we getting along here. And you bring your shitty poop here. You poop your mama and daddy, dog. Little ugly fuck. Yeah, but Natalie, I do try to communicate with my sister. And I think it's good for the family, right? I think I always, as a Scorpio, I have to have a motive. Natalie says, man, I don't know how you able to keep from laughing. What you mean by that, Natalie? Oh, and the troll came in. But see, this is gonna prove my point. Remember, I said they don't mess with me here. So he saw, see, the trolls, he'll click in back and forth from live to live. So the trolls seen that you wasn't over there. See how the troll do? The trolls actually kind of do a little leg work before they attack. Now you went over there on him. He ain't came back. See, the trolls, that's why it is good to have a moderator. You got to have a logical moderator. Videos, I've done several lives. And I got the one, you know, usually I don't do these back-to-back lives. Remember, I still have anxiety. I mean, people just don't have a soul. Some of these trolls watch my videos. They know I have mild anxiety. I'm trying my best to do the right thing with my life. You know, I teared up a little bit, you know, when the investigator told me that Elijah is in that big jail in the major city. I don't like that. Undiagnosed psychopath or not, it tears me up when Elijah and Daniel go in these facilities. Yeah, go ahead and type something. Sure, Natalie. So, see, I know the danger that they're in too, going in and out of these jails. So these are still my biological sons. But going back to what I was saying with my sister, I think it's like breaking a curse. See, because my grandmother just caused damage with not making sure facts were straight, right? And it just causes damage. And she's handed down kind of like a habit. See, and my sister, one of the things I'm working with her with is, like I told my sister one day, it's okay to love my grandmother, but invalidate certain information that's not true. Facts are facts. Like with my grandmother nieces, my great uncle Bill, he had 10 children with his first wife, and then Brenda and Rita, and I think it's one more sister. I didn't know that other one, but I know my great uncle Bill had 12 to 15 children, something like that. I'll just say 15 at the max, because he had 10 of them with one wife. Okay. Now, it would be like this. Okay. I have not went and told anyone that Elijah and Daniel don't have the same father. They have the same father. What if my grandmother was alive and she went and told someone that one of them got a different daddy? They don't have the same father. But there's no other evidence of that except what my grandmother said. See, I mean, and what it did cause problems. When my grandmother told me that Rita wasn't our family, and I'm talking about blood family, I was only 14. Rita was about 21, somewhere around there. We were the younger of Brenda, because Brenda's older. Brenda's Rita big sister. And I'm Tina big sister. So Rita and I, which is my grandmother's niece, the one that's supposedly not, that my grandmother said ain't by her brother, me and Rita fighting. I'm getting along with Brenda because my grandmother then assured that Brenda's family. Oh, yeah. So Nally says, from my first interaction with you and finding your platform, your progress with doing have strengthened. I love it. So you're saying progress is what you're saying, Nally? Or I've gotten stronger? Oh, the lives. So more progress with the lives is what you're saying? Yeah. I mean, I'm getting, you get kind of more training, I guess, and I get more comfortable. But there is like a lot of anxiety in this. I mean, oh yeah, it has improved. Yeah, it has. My anxiety is improving. I got some text. This is weird. Oh, this is for Daniel's school stuff. Oh, okay. That's going to be later in August. I got to go online and complete Daniel's schoolwork and stuff. Yeah, so my anxiety, I try to work on my anxiety, but it is a real thing. And the trolls don't care about it. Elijah. His situation is hard when you're trauma bonded to a girl, right? She never gonna say, hey man, I'm gonna come out of your life because I'm tired of you going to jail over this no contact order. It's not her going to jail. She's not an empath. She don't have no empathy for Elijah. She could have locked the door. Let me tell you something. Kaylin, that narcissistic sociopath, if she was the one at risk getting arrested, she would have locked the door. She loves to disrespect me when he go to jail too. She said, bro. That's her way of getting revenge because Elijah talks to her that way too. She just repeating what he was saying to her. He calls her bro, but she might not call him bro as much, so she don't make him mad. But what she does too, that's why I don't too much deal with Kaylin, and I stay from around her, because she takes her anger out on Elijah on me. She's mad at him, but she's calling me bro. She shouldn't do that. It ain't my fault that he abuses her. It's her fault because she's staying with him. She shouldn't stay with an abuser. And he shouldn't stay with her. I wouldn't stay with no narcissistic sociopath that is admitting there's other potential fathers to the child. She got a whole nother man on Imani's birth certificate. And she want me to help babysit the boy? Bitch, please, you got a whole nother nigga on his birth certificate. You better go find that nigga and have him babysit. That's who needs to be watching the boy who on the paperwork. Because remember, I'm a legal person who's legally attached to the boy. Why fuck you want people to watch him? Elijah got to watch her son while she at work, but there's another man on the birth certificate. She ain't getting ready to break my heart. My heart been broke enough. I don't need no extra heartbreak. Remember that one, what was it, Whitney Houston, Heartbreak Hotel? Who sang that song? Heartbreak Hotel. The good thing is, if something happened to the child, he's in jail. He can't be blamed for what happens to the baby. See, sometimes being in jail saves you from a murder case too. Because whatever happened to Imani in her care, Elijah won't be blamed for it. I'm not helping no woman with her child calling me bro. And this is the thing that I've learned about domestic violence and emotional abuse. This is when you go through that domestic violence wheel of abuse and how that wheel goes round and round. I was just talking to her a week ago on the video chat. She was listed on the video. She was in the kitchen cooking. Well, she's improved in that area. I mean, she was cooking up some beef. That's better than feeding the boy feces. I guess that's improvement. Because remember, February of this year, Kaylin was so out of her fucking mind. She was justifying why Imani can eat shit out of his diaper. And Tina told me that she know babies that have done that before. I don't know any. I mean, my God, I've had 3 daughters and 3 sons. Not one of my babies reached in their diaper and pulled doo-doo out and put it to their fingers. Maybe my children are like geniuses, huh? But I never had one that did it. Never. Now, my sister's saying she's seen that type of stuff. I mean, I don't want to doubt other people's experiences. And she did. Tina seen a 4-year-old do it too. She seen one child sit up in a chair. This child was 4. Tina told me about this many years ago, even before this happened with Kaylin, letting Imani eat feces. The 4-year-old went over in a chair, gapped her legs open, and started digging down there and doo-dooing on herself, putting it on her hand and all kinds of stuff. My sister saw that. So yeah, people, it's just like somebody may not have never heard somebody blow marijuana smoke up a pit bull nose. But we heard it for ourselves, Natalie. So people have different experiences. So my sister has seen kids do that. So fine. Okay. The problem ain't so much the kid thinking they should do it, because it's an immature kid that don't know no better. The problem with Kaylin was her acting like there was a proper meal for the boy. That was my concern. And I called the police on her ass too for that. Elijah called me when it happened. It was around February 19th, 18th, somewhere around there this year. Elijah called me and told me what she was letting the child do. And even being an undiagnosed psychopath, that disturbed him. He said, Mama, she letting the boy eat feces and doo-doo and shit. And then Kaylin was like acting like something was wrong with me and Elijah. I said, look, Kaylin, regardless of Elijah issues, he has had a childhood too. And he's just concerned because I raised Elijah and he never had a meal that was inclusive of feces and doo-doo. Elijah's kind of lost in your world, Kaylin. I didn't feed my children shit. Okay, so, I mean, he doesn't know what's going on. But Kaylin act like it was corn and mashed potatoes mixed up, and it was a hearty old meal. I called the police, and the police called CPS. First time in my life that I've ever had to call for someone for what they could be doing to a child. Maybe while Elijah in jail, she gonna feed him some more shit. I don't know. I'll stay out the situation so the state don't be talking about I fed them shit. This state do that. They like to blame stuff on the wrong people sometimes. So it's best not to be in the midst of the situation. And she was talking. She might have had somebody sitting up in that apartment with Elijah. Somebody, Elijah probably took the keys. She don't know where the keys at. Ask him that before you go. Whitney Houston and Elvis Presley and the Jackson 5 laugh out loud. Natalie said Whitney Houston, Elvis Presley, and the Jackson 5. Oh, Natalie said it's buffering. Yeah, thank you, Natalie, dear heart moderator of the channel, for saying that my anxiety has improved. I appreciate that. And you've helped it improve too. So Natalie, thank you for the comment on the other, saying the other live is buffering. Yeah, so what I'm going to do is end this one, and I'm going to go on the other one, the one that with the 3 likes. So this one's powering off. So it is, what time is it? So this one is 6:36 p.m. August 1st. So I'm going to keep the other live open in this one so that I don't lose this live. So it's 6:36 p.m. August 1st. So I'm closing this one out and I'm going to get on the other live. Thank you. Bye.